its present destination, according to that statement, which has come from the Ghana Air Force, not known, because they say it went off radar. But like I mentioned, Ibrahim Abubakar following this for us on the ground. Ibrahim is joining us right now over the phone lines. Ibrahim, what can you confirm for us? What are the details as you have it at this particular point?
Well, Mauna, a very bizarre scene when you come here. In fact, the accident happened at Sikaman within the Adansi Afuokrom district in the Ashanti region. It is, when you are coming by road, it's about 1 hour, 30 minutes drive, but flight, it shouldn't take you more than 10 minutes to get to Obuasi. In fact, we were all at a program at Obuasi for the launch of the cooperative mining scheme. When we heard the news around 10 a.m. and we had to rush here. And when you get here, Mauna, I don't know whether anyone has survived, because you look at the scene, it will be very, very, it's very difficult for anyone to survive. I've personally seen 4 bodies, charred bodies. You are unable to identify who this is or who that is. The bodies have all been bent beyond recognition, and the community tells us that they've not seen any survivor coming out, and some of the bodies, Mauna, very bizarre.
Difficult you understand.
A very difficult situation. In fact, the Ashanti Regional Minister, who is the head of REXEC, is here. The military is here. The police is here. We're all in Obuasi, but we had to cut the program short just so they'll be able to come and assess things for themselves here. But so far, I have seen 4 charred bodies, and I don't know whether the remaining 2 are in or they have been able to survive, because like the press statement indicated, I'm hearing 6 were on board.
Eight bodies, according to 3 crew members and then 5 passengers. That's according to the military statement. And so if you're seeing 4, it supposes 4 more per your own account are to be accounted for at this point.
Exactly, because you look at the scene, it's even possible some of the bodies have bent even beyond salvage. You cannot see where the bodies are because it has even mixed with the sun. And this is a mountain from the Sikaman community to where the incident happened. You have to walk for 45 minutes to 1 hour.
To get to the scene.
Like I said, we don't know the individuals. We've not been able to identify them, but we can confirm that the crash has happened and there are some fatalities here.
Ibrahim, this program, we were expecting quite a number of dignitaries to have been present. Do we have an idea which persons were expected to be at this community sustainability mining scheme program, which was to be launched this morning, to which we're now hearing of this rather unfortunate incident?
So the programming, we were told that the Lands and Natural Resources Minister will be here, Amako Fibwa. In fact, he arrived before the incident. The Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Malkonyi, also arrived before the incident. So we are waiting for the arrival of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and also the Defense Minister, Dr. Omane Buama. But later we were told that the President wouldn't be able to make it, but they were waiting for the Defense Minister to come. So we do not know whether it's among the casualties or not.
Right, and have you been able to as well contact any of the eyewitnesses who perhaps might have seen what really happened in the sky before this chopper came tumbling down? Any eyewitness just as yet to narrate really what possibly could have transpired?
When I spoke to members of the community, they told me that when the helicopter got to Sikaman, they realized that it is down below its level. Ideally, if it's going to Obuasi, it should have been in the skies a little higher, but they realized that it was down. So some were even suspecting something fishy, only for them to hear a blast. So they are telling me that they suspect it hit a rock here because it's a mountainous area, and maybe that's why we had this crash. Because As soon as it crashed, fire also came out of it, leading to the burning of some of their occupants. But like I said, we are here to confirm whether it's all the 8 occupants or only 4, as we've seen.
And currently, as we speak, you mentioned the police is present, the military is present. Are there efforts underway to try and salvage possibly what could be the remains of these individuals? What is happening as we speak?
Well, exactly. We've seen ambulance from the Anglo Gold Ashanti coming here, so they've started putting together the remains. I'm sure they will drop it in the ambulance to be sent maybe to Obuasi before, whether they will lift it to Accra or not. We cannot tell, but almost everybody is here, the fire service, the ambulance, and the police, the military, all trying to see how possible best they can attend to the situation and know what to do in the next.
I can tell you're also struggling a bit to try and catch your breath. What's the general feeling like right now, having to be there as you're not even able to identify who is who and all of that, with all of these dignitaries and a certain spate of confusion as well at play?
Well, Mauna, I can tell you that fear has gripped the residents here. It's a small farming community, but everybody is rushing to the scene to see what happens. And usually when they get to the scene and they are returning, you could see the sadness on their face. This is something they did not expect. At least one of the community members was telling me that this is the second incident they've recorded here, even though the first one was not fatal. And that's why maybe it didn't draw the attention of the media and also higher authorities. But
means what? There's been a similar of such helicopter crashing or developing fault within their locality? Exactly.
They said there was a time, it was a port landing, emergency landing, at a similar spot. But this time around, because of the casualty, it caught public attention. But like I said, I can tell you the spirit of people here is down. You look at the Ashanti Regional Minister, he's unable to utter a word. All the officials here are kind of lost. They do not know what to say, but possibly it's early days here. Maybe after some time, they will be able to speak to the media. Then we get to know the full details of even the people who were on board the helicopter.
Right, Ibrahim. I'll just hold you as you continue to monitor what's happening at the scene. But we get the indication as well that the presidency are to hold an emergency news conference any moment from now. From all intent and purposes, this will be directly linked to the details as it's being provided to us right now by my colleague Ibrahim Abubakar as well. We'll try and touch base as well with our presidential affairs correspondent Komla Kruche, perhaps seeking to glean details as to what it is that the government, the Minister for Government Communications is expected to tell us, the media. But Ibrahim continues to be on the ground for us right now in relation to this particular matter. And I mentioned when we started this breaking news segment that there was indeed that statement from the Ghana Armed Forces, which amongst many other things had confirmed that the K9 helicopter had gone off radar, that there were 3 crew members and 5 passengers on board, and unfortunately that had gone off radar. They were investigating to provide some details of it. Ibrahim, who we've connected to, confirms that indeed this chopper, which was headed towards Obuasi, was to partake. The individuals on board were to partake in that crucial government launch of a community mining scheme and sustainability program at Obuasi, where the Ashanti Regional Minister and the Environment Minister all were present at. In fact, the program was ongoing, according to what Ibrahim has been telling us. He's still with us on phone because he's monitoring what we understand right now, our rescue efforts, if you can even call it that right now, because from all of the reportage and the indication, bodies have been charred beyond recognition, and it remains to be seen whether or not the other 4 can be retrieved. But that's the statement from the Ghana Air Force on your screen just a short while ago. And I was just walking you through what Ibrahim has been telling us, that that program was ongoing before confirmation or word began to come through of this rather unfortunate incident, prompting an abrupt end to the program and forcing all of these individuals to move to the scene, pictures of which you're seeing on your screen right now. You can see the blade, somewhat the blades of this K9 helicopter which went down, and fire still in some of these pictures which was showing you, and that's the accident scene on your screen right now. Very unfortunate. Ibrahim at some point not struggling really to come to terms with how to even describe what it is that he's been seeing, but we've been able to get some pictures for you right now, which is rolling on your screen. And so the Minister for Environment, the Ashanti Regional Minister, as we understand, all presently at the scene right now, and they are seeking to make meaning, the police, the army, all present, seeking to make meaning of what exactly it is that has happened right now, which we're expecting that press conference any moment from now from the Jubilee House as well. But that's the breaking news. A helicopter crash at Adansi Afuokrom, 3 crew members, 5 passengers on board. Bodies have been bent beyond recognition at this point, and Ibrahim continues to be on phone with us. We understand the Army Chief and the Military High Command are currently at the Presidency, and like I mentioned, it presupposes that confirmation, which was showing you pictures of, will be officially communicated to us any moment from now. No confirmation as to the identities just as yet, but from the indication, we were expecting a number of ministers of state present at this function at Obuasi. We've gotten word of the presence of the Ashanti Regional Minister, the Environment Minister. Who are the others who are expected to be there? The Defense Minister is one of such individuals. It will be important to know if he is at the Presidency, hoping to have him address this particular press conference. We will get details of that for you shortly as well. But like we mentioned, the Army High Command, all at the Presidency at this point in time, as we await the live feed. We've shown you pictures of it already. We await the arrival of these high delegated individuals making their way to the Presidency, and for that news conference to take place any moment from now. Let me just go back quickly again to Ibrahim, who continues to be on the ground. And so, Ibrahim, what is happening right now as we speak?
Like I said, they have putting off they are not allowing people to go close. Like I indicated, the survival rate will be very, very low, because you could see the parts of the chopper being scattered across the accident scene. We are not seeing any indication of not by officials telling us that they were expecting the Defense Minister, Dr. Omane Buama, to be on board for what.
Ibrahim, hold on for us. We just want to put a bit more context as well to all of the subject matters and all of the discussions. And so what, has the place been cordoned off now? Because we know, as at the time this might have happened, individuals and residents who you've been speaking to have been to the scene since the arrival of the military and the police. Has the place been cordoned off and people are no longer getting access to the crash scene?
the scene of an incident, I mean, where the helicopter is. But then people are still
the connection, the connection to Ibrahim not being too favorable for us right now. But I mentioned that community mining program which was being launched, the Ashanti Regional Minister was there. Let's take you back to that event, because while the Ashanti Regional Minister was speaking, he sought to have confirmed this incident which just took place.
Yebetu na yakwa the handle sa emergency ni kakra ministers aka wa chire no mbere na adwumadi ne de aka ni na no mahwe no mahyehyɛ e de amaye me yɛ sure se yebetumi awie emergency problem no ne asaba aba beka me ho ansa na mapo ba ma hwe na se awie na me ne MCs ni bi kwa na nya ne mo ho nsɛm na adwuma bi na aba sensie wɔ se yɛkotu mu ana mo de besia na madam nyina ma se nyakofo hwa no MC for ni bi ne commanders ni bi yebetu na yakwa the handle sa emergency ni kakra ministers aka wa chire no mbere na adwumadi ne de aka ni na no mahwe no mahyehyɛ e de amaye me yɛ sure se yebetumi awie emergency problem no ne asaba aba beka me ho ansa na mapo ba ma hwe na se awie na me ne MCs ni bi kwa na nya ne mo ho nsɛm na adwuma bi na aba sensie wɔ se yɛkotu mu ana mo de besia na madam nyina ma se nyakofo hwa no.
And so that's the Ashanti Regional Minister was struggling with the connection to Ibrahim just a short while ago. But that helicopter is a Z9, not a K9, like I was indicating earlier. It's a Z9. And so these are excerpts of the news release from the Ghana Air Force, which we were bringing to you. And so it departed Accra at 9:12. It was headed for Boase. On board, it had 3 crew members and 5 passengers. And as we speak, Ibrahim has been telling us that survival rate will be very, very low based on what it is that we're seeing, or what he is seeing at the scene. We're just trying to have Ibrahim connect with us just briefly on Zoom as well, and possibly get a proper understanding, or a proper understanding or indication as to what really may have transpired. We also understand that the presidency is getting ready with that news conference. We'll be bringing you details of it pretty shortly as well. But that Z9 military helicopter is what has crashed, and that is what is prompting all of this emergencies that we're seeing from this emergency news conference expected at the presidency, where we understand military chiefs and high command officials are already at the presidency, hoping to be able to provide some level of detail as well on what it is that may have happened, whether or not there was an alert from the pilot to control towers as well. It will be interesting to know what the alert or the indication was from the pilot of the helicopter before it went down. Remember, Ibrahim tells us that the residents say they saw the chopper flying at very low altitude, which according to them was very unusual, seeing that happen at the time that it was happening. And so what possibly could have caused this is one of the many things, one of the many questions that will readily be coming to mind at this point in time, whether or not there can be an explanation in the immediacy. Not quite sure, but we are awaiting that news conference from the presidency as well. But those are pictures of when the chopper crashed and then it catching fire, pictures of it, which we're showing to you on the screen, and we're seeing the Minister for Government Communication, and the countenance, amongst many other things, is one that suggests or speaks in great detail as to the magnitude of what possibly he is going to be communicating to us. And one thing you cannot discount is the body language at this particular point in time of the Minister for Government Communications as he awaits to any moment from now communicate to us. And we'll be connecting with my colleague Komla Kluche, who will be communicating to us what the mood is like right now. But we can see clearly the Minister for Government Communications, Felix Kwakye-Ofosu, and you can tell a certain level of him being distraught. We've seen also one of the chief of staffs, the deputy chiefs of staff are also present as well. But let's connect right now with Komla Kluche. Komla, talk to us. What's the mood like at the presidency? We've been able to see or catch some of the live feed, and the Minister for Government Communication, from all indication, looks very down. What can you tell us? Well, doesn't look like Komla is with us just as yet. We will rectify the connection.
Government communication is supposed to address the media on this latest development, which we cannot even give confirmation to as of yet. But I've seen some senior government officials who are getting themselves ready to attend the first briefing. Like I did indicate, details are quite sketchy, because we do not know what is happening. But if it's anything to go by, the statement released by the Ghana Armed Forces means that the chopper that belongs to the GAF, the Ghana Armed Forces, went off radar, and it's possibly one of the reasons why this is ongoing. It's what we are only privy to has to do with the press briefing. Senior government officials like the Deputy Chief of Staff Operation, who is there. We've also seen around senior military chiefs, the CBS quite likely. They might also be joining this press briefing. But like I did say a short while ago, details are very sketchy. We do not know what exactly is the situation as of now. Whatever information they are going to be telling us, we do not know. But from all indications, what we have only seen and heard is the statement that was issued by the Armed Forces a short while ago.
And, I mean, talk to us about the mood which has characterized the presidency. Yes, these high-profile military chiefs have arrived, but what is the mood like as we speak?
I mean, it's a very somber and sad mood, I can say, because everybody is not too sure what exactly the situation is. We don't know what actually is going on, and so everybody is quite calm. They are still waiting for some official communication, which, like I did say, the government, the Minister for Government Communication is supposed to address pretty soon. But everybody is wrong, because and to what extent there could be truth in it and all that. We do not know for sure what exactly this is, and that is what remains the situation as I speak to you from the seat of government now.
Right then, Komla Kluche is our presidential affairs correspondent. Details are sketchy. No confirmation just as yet coming from anybody at the presidency, as the indication we get from there. But a while ago, we were seeing the Minister for Government Communications, Felix Kwakye-Ofosu, very distraught and with hands almost akimbo on his waist and really down. But that's the latest, as we've heard from Komla Kluche, who's a parliament or is a presidential affairs correspondent, providing details for us there. We'll try and possibly return to Ibrahim Abubakar as well to get an understanding as to exactly what the situation is, because when we spoke to Ibrahim last, he gave us a list of the persons who are expected to be at this event at Obuasi. The only person, per what he told us, who was outstanding was the Minister of Defense, Dr. Edward Omane Boama, who, per what he had told us initially as well, the expectation was that the president was expected to be there, but word came subsequently that the president was not going to be there and that the defense minister was going to be making his way there possibly on his behalf, amongst many other things. But that's what we know thus far. We continue to await the address by the Minister for Government Communications shortly as well. But I'm not here alone. My colleague Alfred Okanse as well has joined me in the studio as we continue to try and wrap our minds and our heads around what the details are and what it is that we're learning of. But if you see the pictures that we continue to roll on the screen, and knowing very well the fatality rates of helicopters, it leaves very little hope for anybody at all as to survivors. The Ghana Air Force confirmed to us the numbers on board this Z9 helicopter. Ibrahim says 4 charred bodies he's seen with his own eyes. 4 he's yet to see. As to whether or not they've been burned beyond even bodies being seen is another question altogether. But Alfred, this is what we're learning of at this particular point in time. Quite worrying and very disturbing as well. These details, as we've been learning of over the last 20 plus minutes. We can say an hour because we broke that news on News Central as well, Alfred.
Mauna, when you first put this out, we could just understand why we had to be quite measured in the detail that we put out earlier, just about an hour ago. But now the details as we're getting from on ground also unfolding, thick and fast in a rather sad and worrying way. And with the developments we're hearing now, the update as well on the ground is that the military search team has arrived at this scene, and they are getting help from the villagers as well at Adansi Afuokrom to also identify exactly where this particular crash took place and where they trace the exact point of impact up until where it caught fire. So that's what we're getting on the ground now, Mauna, that the military search team has hit the ground and in the particular radius of this crash to identify where the crash impact first occurred and then trace it to the point where the explosion took place. So that's the videos of what we've been showing so far is at that site of the explosion. But they also reckon that this impact actually did take place at some point, and then the final destination of that explosion as well. So they're doing the trace, and then this is what the military search team is on as we speak. But they write about something that you indicated earlier, that this brings to the fore the bigger conversation about the military and then also the kind of equipment, maintenance and other things that as well that we have been talking about over the period. And it stands to reason that the major speech that the defense minister, Dr. Edward Omanebuama, made not too long ago was about the status of the presidential jet. And he gave a very worrying picture and development as far as the presidential jet is concerned. And in fact, some security analysts had described this presidential jet in its current state as a flying coffin, right? And then it brought to question how the measures that have been put in place to review the status, and then also when we talk about the flying accuracy and how all of that has to be put in place to ensure that persons who are using all these equipments and other accoutrements that are available and also ready for use by the military are within shape. And that stands to reason that we'll have to also tarry a little while to see what would be or become of the preliminary investigation detail as far as we do know from the military chiefs, as we're hearing now, who are at the presidency. Now, Marina, you talk about the countenance, the demeanor of the people as we showed from the presidency, the minister in charge of government communications, Phyllis Kwachofosu, who had clearly given us that sense of hesitation of they even wanting to go on mic.
It was quite distraught.
Absolutely. And then you had other persons within the presidency as well who pulled them away. And so the arrival of these military chiefs at the presidency also sends a certain signal.
Absolutely.
Right? And that we cannot discount. So we cannot, and we're not also saying that if it was just the military personnel who were on board that helicopter, there wouldn't be this kind of assembly.
I'm sure that doesn't immediately come up at all.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, the concern is the crash which has happened, the persons on board, and also, like, I appreciate the fact that you brought in the status of the presidential jet, amongst many other things. It will come up in the coming days, this conversation as to the status of all of these other flying equipments that we have in our fold as a nation, amongst many other things. But on your screen as well, Alfred, is the Adansi Afuokrom area where this crash is expected to have happened at. And with the fresh details you were bringing to us, that it went on for a while before it eventually landed, that seeks to corroborate as well the eyewitness account that was provided to Ibrahim Abubakar by the residents, that because they mentioned that the chopper was flying at very low altitude, and a lot of them who spoke to Ibrahim say they were surprised at the altitude at which the chopper was flying. And these fresh details you're bringing to us as well. And so we're still trying to wrap our heads around it as the military search team continues, and really immediately what the facts as to why this happened will be. There are those who ask the question whether or not the team or the pilot would have sent a Mayday report of some sort when the altitude of the chopper began to drop and the struggle. Because remember, the residents there say as well, this is not the first time. Recall, there was a similar of such incident which happened somewhere last year, thereabout, if my memory serves me correctly. There wasn't this level of fatality. And now we're seeing this as well. And so we'll ask the question, what is it about this area as well, which has seen two of such incidents happening within the space of a year or two as well?
It's interesting you make reference to what happened last year, because the last year incident, the chopper involved did not explode. So it's about the impact and how it landed in these two situations. If you juxtapose the two, last year and what's happened now, the difference is how the two helicopters landed. This area, from our search and the information that we have, is a mountainous area. And in most cases, reason why you would have the residents or the people who live there expressing shock and surprise at how low the altitude of this that's the helicopter that has crashed now, was flying before the impact, is because in most cases when you're flying over these mountainous areas, you don't come that low, unless, of course, you intend to land at a particular location over there. What we're showing you right now on the screen is there's Google Earth image of this area. It's a typically mountainous and green area, and the residents there are mostly farmers involved in farming as well, and some mining as well in that particular Adansi Afuokrom area. And now the indication that we're getting from the people on the ground is that although the military search team has arrived there, they are relying on the knowledge of the residents
from the area.
Of the area who observed how low the altitude of this helicopter that has crashed was until the impact. So they would have to trace from that point till that point of the impact to understand exactly what happened. And then also to just put it on record as well that there is no clear indication of which persons were on this chopper
Right.
or the helicopter that has crashed.
Right.
Until we hear from the military chiefs who are at the Jubilee House as we speak, and also the official communication from the government communications, that's the minister in charge of government communications, we're still only relying on the detail that has been given by the Ghana Armed Forces in that brief 4-sentence statement,
right,
giving us an indication of what they're going to do next. We're waiting for the details as it unfolds as we speak. But Marina, the understanding that we're getting as well from there's some information from the presidency right now.
Yes, we got the indication the chief of staff is set to address the press any moment from now, and the vice president as well is expected to chair that emergency Armed Forces Council meeting any moment from now as well. But what we're also trying to get live footages right now, as is the case from Adansi Afuokrom, where this incident happened. That I think in our shots we should be seeing the image of the Ashanti regional minister. The network reception, quite obviously not the very best, but these are live scenes from the accident scene as we try to bring those details to you right now here on TV3. But the chief of staff is the one expected to address the media any moment from now. And we will continue to keep tabs on this development and then bring you details of it. And then the vice president as well is going to chair the Armed Forces Council meeting any moment from now. Let's take you to the presidency right now.
Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
Mutaka the cry. Mutaka the cry. Mutaka the cry.
That's a chief of staff. That really short address, all flags flying at half-mast, condolences to families as well. And we're just going to bring you back, really, the full details of what it is that the chief of staff has been saying at this news conference. But clearly, from the scenes at the presidency, it's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of anguish on a lot of faces as well. And the Interior Minister almost in tears from the brief excerpt of what it is that we saw on the screens as well, as the Chief of Staff addressed the country just a short while ago in that emergency news conference. We also know that the Armed Forces Council, the Vice President is expected to, amongst many other things, chair that for us any moment from now, and we'll get details fully of it. But this is what we can confirm to you right now as to what has happened. The President has ordered that flags to fly at half-mast. as we continue to bring you details of really what it is that's transpired from the presidency, even as we try to make our way to the scene of the incident. But on your screen are pictures of what the crash scene looks like. And Alfred mentions the military search team is relying on the knowledge of the locals. From the footages we're seeing from the ground, there are a lot of locals who are around providing some assistance and carrying one thing or the other, even as we've seen or we've spotted the Ashanti Regional Minister as well on the ground for us at this particular point in time. Rather very unfortunate news coming through right now from the presidency as confirmed. And so we had 8 individuals, but just four names. Five of these names have been confirmed to us. And oh boy, the suspected dead, Dr. Edward Omaneboama, Mutala Mohammed, who's also doctor, Samuel Abuaje, squadron leader, former Minister of State. Samuel Sapong is a former Ashanti Regional Minister as well. And the pilot, Peter Alana as well. Alana, squadron leader, Peter Alana. Anala.
Squadron leader, Peter Bafemi.
Bafemi Anala.
Yeah.
Those are the
and
names.
And then there's Chuma Mpedu as well. Is also a military officer.
Also on board. Difficult.
It's a tough one.
Difficult.
It's a tough one.
Difficult being able to come to terms with some of the details as what haven't come through, because
we saw the ending moments of that press conference at the Jubilee House when the Chief of Staff just finished that speech. We saw the Honorable Mohammed Muttaka Mubarak in tears.
Yeah. And
clearly he couldn't hold it back, as when the others. But the names we're hearing now, as persons or passengers who were on this helicopter that's gone down, the 2 ministers, the defense minister, and then the minister for environment, science, technology and innovation. Those are the 2, correct?
Yes, those are the 2 names as have come through, based in terms of the ministers of state.
And there's a reason why.
As we've gotten confirmation.
And that tells you that the program that they were attending was specific about the borders on these 2 ministries as well. One that has to do with illegal mining. Let's
take you back and bring back that short news address by the Chief of Staff.
This is John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana. I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omaneboama, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala; Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu; and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
And that's the defense, not the defense minister, the chief of staff again, with details of the incident, the suspected dead, as we continue to follow through, knowing that there is some efforts on the ground as we speak, Alfred, by the military, seeking to, amongst many other things, see what can be salvaged if there really is something of that sort. Ibrahim mentions that he had seen 4 bodies bent beyond recognition. Alfred, you have the names again.
Absolutely.
If you could walk us through the names as have been announced by the Chief of Staff just a short while ago, even as we try and have that short address brought back to you again and again.
So yes, Mauna, as you indicated, there is a frantic search for survivors, but from the indication we're getting now, as confirmed by our colleague, that's Ibrahim Abubakar on the ground, there are 4 bodies that have so far been they've been bent beyond recognition at this accident scene or the blast scene. Now, these persons, according to the Chief of Staff, these were the persons on board this helicopter that went down not too long ago. Dr. Edward Omanibuama, the Minister for Defense, the Honorable Mohammed Muntaka, Honorable Mutala Mohammed, Honorable Mohammed Muta, that's also the Minister in charge of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. That's Dr. Mohammed Mutala. Also, Alhaj Muniru Mohammed and Dr. Samuel Sapon and Samuel Abuaji, whom he described as a former parliamentary candidate for the NDC. And then also Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. And then we have Chum Ampedu, who is also a senior military personnel as well. So these are the persons whose names were put out by the Chief of Staff. And we're going to play back that press conference, a very short one, by the Chief of Staff not too long ago. And then also what we saw, the Honorable Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak clearly in tears with the announcement when it was put out. Haruna Idrisu, the Education Minister, was there as well. Take a look.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omanibuama, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemuna, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
That's a heavy news that the Chief of Staff had that responsibility, a very cold one, to communicate the passing of these persons. And as he did indicate, there are 7 ministers of state, and then also a national vice chair of the NDC and a former parliamentary candidate of the NDC, plus the acting deputy national security coordinator was also on board this particular helicopter. And then we had these 7 military officers as well who have been named as part of the persons. That's squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala and also Chum Ampedu. These are the names as mentioned by the Chief of Staff. So there is confirmation now of the identities of these persons, and you heard the Chief of Staff also extend condolences to the nation entirely, and then also, most importantly, the families of these persons who we understand now were on board this aircraft, this helicopter, and have some confirmation of their passing. We're waiting for some more updates from the military search team on the ground, because we have got some videos, Mauna, of the moving together with the village, the persons who live in this Adansi Afuokrom area.
Absolutely,
who know this place very well, because as we spoke to them earlier, they gave indication of the altitude, the low altitude at which this helicopter was flying until the point of the impact, that blast that we've been showing you, that blast scene with the charred bodies of some persons who were on this helicopter. We have the identities of these persons right now. It's a solemn, somber mood. It's a mood of sadness as expected, and that characterized the entire process of the announcement of the identities of these persons by the Chief of Staff. And you heard him talk about that emergency meeting that the Vice President would have to chair as well. And the Haruna Idrisu, Tamale South Member of Parliament, and you can understand why, Mauna, because Haruna Idrisu and Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, we know them. They're the very best of friends. They've been moving all throughout the period that Dr. Murtala Mohammed was in Parliament. You remember he lost the seat, came back strongly. He won it and retained it with a wider margin after the 2024 elections as well. And so those two have been moving neck to neck in terms of their strategy for campaign and as well as in government. The Honorable, well, you cannot say now the late, but it's a tough one. Dr. Murtala Mohammed, not too long ago, put out a statement as well about the government's commitment to fight illegal mining, because that illegal mining fight by this administration was a multi-sectorial or multi-ministerial approach. It was not just the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. His ministry, Environment, Science, Technology, Innovation, had that responsibility as well of complementing the fight against illegal mining. And he always would remind me that his ministry is not just about environment. There was science and technology as well in there. So you could understand the kind of impact, the momentum, and then also the focus that he took this job with. And being a young man, for that matter, and he was awarded his PhD just last year. In fact,
just last year, and began to.
I think Professor Ransford Jampo was his supervisor. And I recall one of the days. In fact, the last time he was on Key Point, he did indicate that Professor Jampo had some impact and influence as well in getting him to complete that task. And this is a big one. It's a huge blow. Dr. Edward Omanebo was indicating, Marina, earlier that the last major speech that Dr. Edward Omanebo made on the floor of Parliament before Parliament went on recess was on the status of the presidential jet. The worrying picture that he gave of the presidential jet, which had to undergo maintenance and even over a delayed period as well. And the reason why some other security analysts describe this presidential jet as a flying coffin. That was one that shook the nation about the status of the jet that should or is supposed to be that which will be flying or carrying the number one gentleman of the land around. Now, the man who took up this job after this period of serving the nation in various capacities as Minister for Communications at some point, and then also the spokesperson for government prior to the elections, and then during the NDC's campaign, he led as the Director of IT and Elections for the NDC in the 2024 election. So if you talk about the strategy and then also the kind of campaign that the NDC launched and implemented, executed in the 2024 elections, much of it was on the laps of Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah as Director of IT and Elections. And you recall that the NDC itself at some point in the 2020 elections indicated that they didn't do that much in terms of paying attention to technology. So the man who had that experience in executing the technological campaign strategy of the NDC, you can give it to him, because the day before the declaration or the concession by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah was seen with the president, the then candidate, John Dramani Mahama, moving through the strong room of the NDC that they had set up to monitor the elections. And that could tell you the exact competence and the strength and the influence that Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah brought to the campaign of the NDC in 2024. So knowing how this administration is approaching security and employing technology in the security architecture of this country, that certainly defines and explains why Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah was then appointed as Minister for Defense by His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, because of the experience and what he has done over the period as well. I mean, a trained medical doctor. He's also had qualification only from the London School of Economics and Political Science. And can talk about many other things that he has done in terms of interventions. As the Minister for Communication, he led the introduction of the LTE 4G, the GOTA at some point. And he was very, very concerned about child safety, online
child safety,
because when we saw the boom of the internet and a lot of children going online without any guidance and restriction from the parents, it was one campaign that he took quite seriously to urge parents to pay attention to their children online. That was then when he was Minister for Communication. Now when he took this mandate as Minister for Defense, he has been at the forefront as well on this fight against illegal mining, together with the other ministers as well who have been charged with that responsibility to fight galamsey in this country. A very soft-spoken man, but that does not define his competence and his work. He's very little spoken, but much more at work on the ground.
Very true, Alfred. And also in terms of what he sought to do, now we can officially say in that short stint with the military, where amongst many other things, the argument which was made was returning some level of dignity as well to the military, asking that henceforth the military was as much as possible going to be very far away from civilian duties, amongst many other things, came up with a number of initiatives seeking to, amongst many other things, bar the use of military personnel, which had long been a concern raised by quite a number of security analysts as problematic, having military persons consistently play civilian roles or duties, amongst many other things. That and more really have characterized this person. And I heard you as well speak rightly to his contribution in the lead up to the December elections and the role he played in marshalling the NDC's election bureau and delivering that victory. He was given specific orders by the president to handle the defense ministry, and it's, I mean, very quite sad the manner in which he's had to leave. And Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed on the screen right now, and he, when you hear him speak, quite very frank in all of his conversations. I think just about a week or so ago, I've had him speak to the difficulty and the challenges with which we can evolve as a nation, putting aside differences with politics, and he speaks quite frankly when you get the opportunity to hear him outside of Parliament, and particularly when he approached his ministerial duties. There was that nationalistic feel about him and how he went about a lot of the things that he did, and so a bit of a difficulty really coming into terms with what it is that we've had to bring to you by way of this rather unfortunate breaking news. But if we can run you through the profile of these two top individuals, I perhaps want to start with Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. He's a member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Is the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. He's a member of Parliament for the NDC as well. Born on December 14, 1974. Was expected to be 50 as of August. He's an Islam, he's a Muslim. His hometown, Tamale of the Northern Region. His educational background, the Ghana Senior High School, known as Ghanasco in Tamale. He obtained a teacher's certificate from the Tamale College of Education and a degree first off, KNUST, a master's in development planning, master's in international relations and diplomacy, and then achieved a PhD in political science. Because he got a degree as well from political science. His political career, he was MP for Nantong from 2013 to 2017, lost his re-election in 2016, returned as a member of Parliament for Tamale Central. He was Deputy Minister for Information and Media Relations between 2013 and 2014, and then he served as a Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry in 2014 and 2017. And I remember him very well when the Commander Sugar Factory was rolled out in the first term of the Mahama administration. He was on key point and promised to bring sugar from the Commander Sugar Factory to the Key Point show. I remember that show very well at that point in time when he was Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, and then was appointed as well as the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. And I mean, that's just by way of his profile. I'm sure you do, Dr.
Absolutely.
Well.
And Mauna, you know, at some point, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed also served as the coordinator for the YEA, which was then NYEP and then became YEA, if you recall. And then he talked about his passion for the youth at that point, because he's a relatively young man. I mean, if you look at it, 1974. That's the year that he was born. And so he's always been committed to the development of young people and the contribution of young people to the development of this country. And during that particular period of service, he had indicated that he was not even being paid, but he served because of that commitment to service. And the next person that we're going to look at, his profile, is Dr. Edward Omaneboma. We've spoken in reference to a number of the things that he has done over time to contribute to the development of this country, and then also his party, the National Democratic Congress. But Dr. Edward Kofi Omaneboma is a prominent Ghanaian politician, medical doctor, health policy planning and financing analyst with a rich background in strategic negotiation, solution-oriented leadership, environmental security and ICT, including cybersecurity. As a former civilian employee of the Ministry of Defense, he has an unwavering commitment to national and human security. And many people didn't know this, that he had at some point worked at the Ministry of Defense, and that also complemented his role and the decision to have him serve as Minister for Defense, because he understands the workings of that particular ministry. He also served as the NDC's Director of Elections for previous elections, as we have referenced. Also, Dr. Emmanuel Boama was once the Minister of Communications under the erstwhile John Mahama administration. Prior to his appointment, he was the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and the Ministry of Sports as well. This astute Ghanaian politician, Dr. Edward Omane Boama, also served as spokesperson to the President in his first term. He attended Pope John Senior High School and Minor Seminary in Koforidua. He is an alumnus of the University of Ghana Medical School, where he trained as a medical doctor. He attended the London School of Economics and Political Science, the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and Harvard University as well. He did a stint at the Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, Missouri, in the United States. In addition, he holds a master's degree in health, policy planning and financing from both the London School of Economics and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. As a student, he served as well as the president of the National Union of Ghana Students. That's Dr. Edward Omane Boama, and then also the coordinating secretary of the Federation of Ghana Medical Students Association. And so this is a man that, even right from the student days, he was a leader. As a former president of the National Union of Ghana Students, a deputy minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. That's from 2009 to 2012. He served as deputy minister for Environment, and later the NDC's deputy campaign coordinator in the 2012 general elections. He also served as the vice chair of the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development. As a deputy minister at the time, he chaired the committees which investigated the spillage of the low toxicity oil-based mud by Cosmos Energy in the Jubilee offshore field. Right,
West Cape 3 Points. We have it on the screen. We have it on the screen as well.
Yeah, 50
Alfred.
years of age. Yes, it summarizes all that I have been reading. And also, as then Minister for Communications and spokesperson for the President, he championed several vital cybersecurity initiatives, including what I was talking about, the Child Online Protection, and led the rollout of the government of Ghana's 4G LTE network. That's the GOTA, which provides enhanced communication capabilities for security agencies as well. He hails from the Eastern region. Some of the details I've just put out earlier as well. Pursued studies at the Harvard University, as I've indicated, his student leadership days as well, and then his professional career as Minister of the Republic of Ghana and in government roles, and then also what he served in the various capacities in the National Democratic Congress. 2014 to 2017, he was presidential spokesperson under President Mahama, and within this period as well, served as a member of the Ghana Aids Commission Board, and as I indicated, on the United Nations as well, from 2025, in fact, from
January
which was late January 2025 to date. He has been serving as the minister in charge of defense. And after this statement that he made about the status of the presidential jet, the only other public engagement which the media covered was the government accountability series. He was, I think, the first minister also.
Yeah, I think he was one of the very first.
The first, in fact, one of the first three ministers to address that government accountability series. And that's where he gave that detail about the thousands of the military
ammunition,
grade ammunitions
which
had gone missing. We're
missing.
going to pull that back. We'll pull that back, and then we'll play that. That the indication that he gave about these ammunitions that had gone missing and cannot be accounted for, and so he, together with the national security,
taxed the national security, in fact,
to go and trace exactly where they were, and to also come and account for them. That was the first information that we got. And then, after a working visit to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center,
he sought to provide a bit more
some
details.
That, aside from this one, there had also been some other ammunition that had gone missing as well. In fact, these ones, he said, were stolen and cannot be accounted for. And so that's a separate case of the theft of military ammunition, and then also the thousands that were transferred from the national security prior to the elections that had not been accounted for. So these are major statements in the last, at least, couple of weeks that we can ascribe to Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, a Minister for Defense, on the line or in the line of duty, giving updates on what has been happening within his area. And that generated a lot of concern and conversation as to what exactly these ammunitions were transferred for from the armed forces to the national security and why have they not been returned. And he did make an instructive statement that it did not follow protocol, that this transfer of the ammunitions from the military to national security prior to the 2024 elections did not follow protocol. There is not adequate
There's
documentation.
Not enough paperwork to follow the trail.
Exactly where it is. That was unusual. This is the military we're talking about. That they're very meticulous and also very, very careful with paperwork and the paper trail as well.
So that's Dr. Samuel Sapple, who's the vice chair of the NDC, also on board this chopper, helicopter, a military aircraft Z9, which crashed. And that's him. We're also going to show you as well the pilot, squadron leader Peter Anala. It's the pilot, and we've just got word that he's got a 2-month-old baby that he's left behind. Very unfortunate in terms of the family and what possibly could be running through their mind right now. The fact that he has a 2-month-old baby, all of that left behind. The pilot as well, who was in charge of this aircraft, which came down, and we'll be trying to bring you details of all of these people who, unfortunately, as has been confirmed by the Chief of Staff, are no longer with us. But perhaps we'll take you back again to the presidency again and bring you back that announcement as was made by the Chief of Staff, Julius Stebra.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemona, Acting Deputy
And that's the Chief of Staff, Julius Stebra, as he made that announcement, and was still struggling really across the length and breadth of this country. In fact, the general mood, even on social media, amongst many other things, a lot of people struggling to come to terms with the details as has been communicated by the Chief of Staff, even as we've tried to walk through the profiles of these individuals and name the eight who are on board this Z9 military helicopter, which came tumbling down. It brought the program they were supposed to be at. The Ashanti Regional Minister said he was going to leave it to other persons and rush to the scene of the incident. Now we can all but confirm that the action of the military search team on the ground will only be to the best of their abilities recover the bodies and possibly DNA tests run so that they can identify the said individuals, because if anything is to go by and if what Ibrahim is telling us is anything to go by, some of these bodies were bent beyond recognition, and it's a very difficult one, particularly for the families to be able to come to terms with. But unfortunately, as it is, this is what it is has happened, and we've been trying to walk you through the details over the last 1+ hour as the initial details began to come through. The military confirming that the 8 were on board and that they had gone missing amongst many other things. A lot of people were asking questions. Well, that unfortunate confirmation has all but been confirmed. And if we take you back to before the news conference as well, just the mood in being able to communicate what it is that had happened, the sense of difficulty in it, and seeing the Interior Minister as well almost shedding a tear or two, it just presupposes how hard it is for these individuals, even at the presidency. These are their friends, these are the persons they sit at cabinet with, because there are cabinet conversations that's been happening over the last few weeks and months, government policies being championed by these two ministers who sit at cabinet amongst many other things. It is a general sense of difficulty for a lot of them to come to terms with everything that's transpired over the last few hours. But those are the ministers and the individuals we continue to roll on your screen. Dr. Edward Omane Boama is a Minister for Defense, one of the many individuals who unfortunately has succumbed to death via this very harrowing and very painful means as well. Being bent, crashing in a helicopter, being bent beyond recognition. A very difficult way, actually, to go. Dr. Ibrahim Butala Mohammed is Minister for Environment, Science and Technology as well. Also on board that military helicopter. Then there is the Vice Chair as well of the NDC. This is Squadron Leader Peter Anala, who's the pilot of the chopper which went down just some hours ago. Details of which have been confirmed, and he, Squadron Leader Peter Anala, we understand, has left behind a 2-month-old child, and the difficulty for that child to grow and come to terms with these facts and all, and the family and all, is quite very difficult. But Squadron Leader Peter Anala as well, the pilot of the military helicopter Z9, which came down. Also on board, Dr. Samuel Sapong, who's the Vice Chairman of the NDC as well, on board the military helicopter.
He was actually one time Ashanti Regional Minister as well. And so, I mean, you could understand why this is a big blow for the NDC as well. I mean, first we're looking at the service and of these persons and the impact to the country. But then again, if you narrow the scope of impact and analysis down, you would also understand why the NDC has been heavily hit. This is a man who also understands the workings of the Ashanti region. He knows the place. And when he was elevated to that position of the National Vice Chair for the NDC as well, prior to the elections, he led the likes of Joseph Yamin and others who deployed a very potent and competent strategy in the Ashanti region, going into that election date, December 7, 2024 as well. So it's a huge loss for the NDC as a political party too.
Then there's Muniru Muhammad, and then Dr. Samuel Sapong and Samuel Abuaje as well, all on board that military Z9 helicopter which suffered that crash and the fatality thereof. And flags are flying at half-mast as the government. I mean, the shock is quite severe. I'll be quite very honest with you. We will seek to get details as well of that Armed Forces Council meeting, which the Vice President is Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is immediately chairing, because we understand that the military couples all are presently at the Jubilee House as well. And so that meeting is currently underway, and what the details are, we will be seeking to get that as well shortly in the course of time. But this is the very unfortunate news that we have had to be the unfortunate bearers of in the last 2 hours since the news broke. It started while we were on air, Alfred, with News Central, and the news came in. Details were sketchy, and there was nothing to confirm just as yet, and so there was a bit of circumspection in terms of how the story was to be conveyed at that point in time. But subsequently, as we went off air, the details began to come through, and even now we're beginning to see as well pictures from the family home of Dr. Edward Omane Boama at this particular point in time, and you can imagine the level of grief that will characterize that home right now, and only to find out that the mother possibly is catching details of this via television, and that difficulty in the immediacy you cannot possibly comprehend for these families at this point in time. But the difficulty, even for us in communicating such rather unfortunate news.
You know, and Mauna, getting to know that Dr. Edward Omane Boama's mother got to hear of this while watching television. You know, it's a heavy one. That also tells you the responsibility that we have as well in ensuring some level of circumspection and then also attaching some level of sensitivity into putting out this news. That's why we have to tarry and also err on the side of caution and make sure that we hear from official sources exactly what had happened before we run with the details of the story as it unfolded, at least over the last 2 hours that we got information of this particular incident. And that's the official government communication has come now from the Chief of Staff, and the reactions that we're getting from both Dr. Edward Omane Boama's family home. This is in the Eastern region. his mother is in the Eastern region, Mauna. We'll show you some videos of that. Fortunately, there are some NDC stalwarts who were close by, so they rushed in quickly. They rushed to the residence, that's his family home, moved in quickly to console his mother as well. We're keeping tabs on the homes of all these persons who have been mentioned by the Chief of Staff, the persons who were on board this helicopter that went down about a little over 3 hours ago. That's the time we got this information. And now the confirmation that has come through. So stay with us here on TV3 and also on 3FM 92.7. We're also keeping tabs on the presidency to get some more information as to what would become of the next steps ahead. But this is a dark Wednesday, a black one for us as a country. What a day has been. It's a sad one.
Absolutely, Alfred, and a very difficult one as well for even persons watching, because even whilst we've been on air, persons have been trying to reach out, asking, trying to confirm, almost in disbelief as to what it is that we've had to, over the last 2 hours, do while being here on television in their respective homes. A dark Wednesday, like you rightly mentioned, and a black one, as a matter of fact. But we will continue to keep tabs, like you rightly mentioned, on the homes of these individuals, and also at the presidency as to what comes next from that Armed Forces Council meeting, which we understand the Vice President is chairing immediately at this point in time. But this is an unfortunate piece of detail we've had to bring to you. But like we say, on all of our social media handles as well, we'll continue to communicate as and when fresh details come through. I am Mawin Aigbetan.
My name is Alfred Akansi, and as we're keeping the focus on how things are playing out in this very tough time for us as a country, and then also, and really most importantly, for the families of these persons that we are talking about. Dr. Edward Omane Boama, the Minister for Defense, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, and all these persons as well, the others who were on board this helicopter. Now, we're also getting information that the fire service has been giving some updates, Alfred, on what it is what they have seen at the fire at the crash scene and what happened there.
Yes, and so the fire service have been speaking in relation to their response to this development. Let's take you listening as exactly the details as have been come, because remember, all of this is coming in quite thick and fast. No detail is confirmed just as yet. But let's hear exactly what the fire service has been saying as with regards to their response to the crash.
Well, the closest station to where this unfortunate incident happened is Obuasi Fire Station. And from what I've gathered, it will take them not less than an hour to move from Obuasi to that space. And I think they initiated response, so I'm here to be briefed as to what they were able to do when they got to the scene. So as and when we get better particulars about our response, we'll be able to brief the Ghanaians that we want to use this medium to send our condolences to the bereaved family. So for crashes of this nature, it does not just warrant the response of the Ghana National Fire Service alone, because a lot of things are at play here. We do interagency response. I quite remember some years back, Elwak incident, where it happened just around the Elwak Stadium, where a plane crashed into the walls and then onto the street. I think we had some people getting injured and losing their lives and all that. So quickly we had to respond and then rescue people. We are the only institution with extrication tools. So if people are trapped, it is our responsibility to cut through the mangled, how do you call it, aircraft, and then free or rescue or evacuate the affected victims and hand them over to the ambulance for further for first aid and then onward transportation to a nearby health center or hospital for better medical care. So we are very much involved, especially with rescue, especially with extrication, and especially if there is any fire, we are also mandated to extinguish that fire.
That's the fire service explaining in some detail. We're also having fresh details as well of an eyewitness account as to what happened at the crash site, what it is that they saw, and we're using this as well as a means of caution for persons to please be circumspect in some of the footages being openly displayed as well on social media, because some of these footages are quite gory. There's a reason why as a media house we're not showing some of them, and so we're just putting this out as a word of caution as well to persons who are freely and actively sharing some of these footages to be circumspect and as well think of the families who have lost precious ones in this crash as well. But like I mentioned, there's an eyewitness account which we've been able to gather right now for you as to what they saw just moments before the Z9 helicopter, military helicopter, went down as well. The fire service have spoken as to when or how quickly they could have gotten to the scene. Here's what this eyewitness saw when the chopper came down.
Plane the chem. Na me wo fu. E bi tie be chem o me fu plane no na wo fam de. Nti akwa de mi wan say mete guran. Ti mete guran am say a plane de abofo. Nti mi jam de mi ye nyina say me kwa akọche da bi a ade ne toy. Nti mi nam forest ni mu sa na me koy. Nti mi koy no so plane no aboho. Ahye enipa wo mu onwo mo wo mu nyina so ayede. Ahye obi anu a otimi survival kra o mu nyina ahye. Plane de ni nyina ahye kra. Isi ane de metimi aka say nipa be trade there. Nipa be trade there. Ba ko ne de ohun say nipa ni. But o ma maka ne de. Omo maka ne ohun. Omo maka ne ohun. Ba ko ne de ohun say nipa ni. Anu kra no ne na nyina amponi ho. Aka ni say ni kwa na. Ne bunu say ne na obo say Mama Canadian. Janaya no who say or your bow, so I am bear mouth. And then Yashi one an echo. Nanyashi and to two and Yashi. Sebecha Muna, may I shall say, Bia, a bona necessity, well, who a quani, and what they call ball, a genima, a mass accident to the sea. Who want the color? Is very common. Then I say white and black visa.
And so that's the eyewitness account, speaking in the Akan dialect, saying that he was in his farm. The helicopter was at a very low altitude, and all he heard was the sound of a crash. And he told himself that certainly is the helicopter. And so he began to make his way to the scene of the crash. When he got there, it was burnt. It was burning, and all of the individuals in it did not survive. 3 of the individuals, he says, beyond recognition, almost corroborating what Ibrahim told us. He says it was just one person you could tell that yes, but even that from the limbs downwards, their limbs were gone. It was just the upper body which he could immediately identify. The education minister, who we saw at that emergency news conference as well, has been speaking just briefly as well to my colleague Kamala Klucha at the presidency. Let's hear from what he as well has had to say, and then we'll bring you what it is we've been gathering as incident reports involving helicopters having to make emergency stops. But let's hear from the education minister first off.
Is down emotionally. We pray that God will give him the fortitude and the guidance.
We'll try and work on the sound. We'll work on the sound again. But Alfred is by the dashboard where we're going to get details of that incident report, which we've been putting together. Our team has been putting together. Alfred, you're there. Walk us through exactly what it is so we can see. So,
Mauna, absolutely. We've been tracking the incidents involving the helicopters belonging to the Ghana Air Force, so that's to put matters in context. But this is not the first time we've experienced this. You referenced something that happened in 2024. This is by far the most fatal that we have seen. But as far back as 2020, some 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago, the 29th of June 2020 specifically, this a Harbin Z9EH. And Mauna, bear in mind this aircraft name, the helicopter's name, a Harbin Z9EH. The difference between what we're talking about now, today, this aircraft or the helicopter that went down, Z9, and what happened in 2020 is the EH. But then again, the reports that we monitored and which has been confirmed by our research desk and then also production going into this, this Z9EH helicopter belonging to the Ghana Air Force made an emergency landing on the 25th of June 2020, but none of the 8 people on board were injured. So the capacity of this helicopter that was involved in this incident in 2020 was 8. Today, this helicopter that has been involved in this crash also had the 8 persons, the capacity of 8 passengers or persons on board. Emergency landing in a field about 32 kilometers west of Tamale Airport. Now, the crew landed after observing a malfunction of the tail rotor system. So this 29th June 2020 incident was as a result of the malfunction of the tail rotor system. But none of the 8 people on board that 29th June 2020 incident were injured. And this involved a Harbin Z9EH helicopter. Fast forward to 2024, 19th March, there was an emergency landing of the Ghana Air Force helicopter with the registration number GHF696 on the 19th of March. It was a Tuesday at Afuokrom. This was in the Western region. This what you referenced earlier. Yeah. The landing occurred as a result of the bad weather conditions in the area. Now, we do not know what the weather situation was in that particular area, but then again, this we do know is a mountainous area as well, and when you're flying in those areas, and we would have security analysts join us shortly, the weather is a critical component because when you're flying over these mountainous areas.
It's been raining,
absolutely,
in the southern belt, which we've gotten confirmation of from a number of individuals who've been speaking. But many thanks, Alfred, with the incident report in relation to military aircraft having to make emergency stops as a result of faults as identified. But we're taking you to the Environment Ministry right now, where my colleague Godwin Asiba is stationed to get immediate live reactions as to what the mood is like. Godwin, talk to us. What possibly are these people telling you following the news having been confirmed and all of that?
Live from the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, where here at the Ministry Enclave in Accra, where the mood is visibly somber and filled with grief following the tragic news of the passing of the Sector Minister, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, in a helicopter crash. And that has also claimed the life, of the Minister for Defense, Edward Omane Buama, and others. Here at the ministry, staff members are still coming to terms with the news. Many of them, are still grieving. Others are in tears. We have been told earlier as they reflect on the life of the leadership of Dr. Murtala. There's a palpable sense of shock and sadness across the building, especially among those who worked closely with him. It's just really sad. Since assuming office earlier this year, we all know that Dr. Murtala had become a dynamic force in the ministry, bringing renewed energy and a clear vision for advancing Ghana's science innovation and environmental sustainability agenda. We also know that he championed initiatives aimed at promoting climate resilience, particularly in vulnerable northern communities, and was deeply committed to integrating science and technology into everyday governance. One of the most recent efforts was the launch of a national campaign on e-waste management, where he pushed stricter regulations and encouraged local innovations to turn e-waste into reusable products, I beg your pardon. But just like I was indicating, you can see quite a number of people here. We were speaking with one of the resource persons who doesn't really want to speak to us on camera, who made mention of the fact that once the news was announced, all of them were down in the dumps, still trying to come to terms with the fact that this tragic news was indeed true. As I am speaking to you, we have also been told that the minister's office is located on the 3rd floor of the building, where the HR has called for all of them to gather for some news to be released to them. We've also been told that some individuals who work directly with the minister have left the premises because they are still trying to comprehend with this rather unfortunate incident that has happened. And as tributes continue to pour in, from both locally and internationally, the ministry is expected to, probably open a book of condolence for late minister, probably coming soon, and we'll definitely continue to stay here and bring you the updates subsequently. But we'll try and move into the premises to get to know how most of these workers are trying to come to terms with the fact that this rather unfortunate incident had happened. Just like I are supposed to gather at the conference room, where they will be meeting with the HR for a brief meeting. We don't know what the meeting is going to be about, but hopefully it should be very brief. We'll try as much as we can to also get to his office to get to know exactly what the mood is over there. So Ishmael, if you can come with me into the premises, let's get to the 3rd floor and get to see who is there and what is currently also happening around. This is the reception part of the Environment Ministry. So we'll go in here, where we'll then head to the 3rd floor, where the minister's office is, to get to gauge the mood in there, to know exactly what will be happening as well. As you know, the entire nation is in shock. So, struggling to come to terms with the fact that this rather pick the elevator, and we are heading towards the 3rd floor, where we'll get to see exactly
trying to make his way to the office area of the Environment, Science and Technology Minister. His connection will return to us shortly, because if you know the elevator quite well, reception is quite poor when you're in the elevator. But Godwin is back, and let's take you back to the ministry.
The fact that this rather unfortunate incident has happened to. But if you can just have a glimpse of exactly how the mood of the people are in there. Others are holding onto their chins, sadness drawn on the faces of individuals here at the ministry. And briefly, I'm sure the HR will get to engage them. And just as we are pitch come here to bring you details and live pictures on everything that is happening, you will get to know what the outcome will be or look like. But it's generally been a somber mood. Workers, the entire environment is in grief, is in sadness and sorrow, and the entire country is also reacting to this rather unfortunate incident that happened. They went into the premises to get to know exactly what conversation they will be having, but just like I was mentioning and also updating you, the HR is supposed to meet with the team, have a brief conversation on the incident. You might not know. This is very strong, knowing that one of their major leaders, has been called to glory in a very tragic way, which is just really devastating and shocking. Just a brief about Dr. Mutala. Like I was saying, we know that he spoke passionately about investing in research institutions and was instrumental in lobbying for increased funding for STEM education and green energy development. Many who worked under him described him as principled, hands-on, and genuinely interested in seeing Ghana thrive through science and innovation. His loss will undoubtedly leave a huge vacuum, not only to the ministry, but also within the broader science and environmental policy landscape. Just really devastating, if I should say, Mawena.
Godwin Nasidiba with those details. And we're in the home region of Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, where my colleague Christopher Mwako as well is stationed right now, with a bit more details as well from the family home of Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. And let's take you there right now. And as well, it's a very difficult time for the family, very difficult, but let's take you there right now. Christopher is there. Chris, talk to us. You've been there. What are they saying? What's the conversation like? How are they reacting? How did they even get to hear about the news to start off with?
Yes, Mawena, I must say that it's a very sad moment for family members of Honorable Mutala Mohammed, MP for Tamale Central. I'm here at his residence, and family members are beginning to gather. The direct elder brother of Honorable Mutala has just told me how they got the information. According to him, it was the MP for Tamale South and Education Minister, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who called him to break the sad news to him. And so he's yet to come to terms of the reality of the news, because as at yesterday, the MP and minister was supposed to be in Tamale with the energy minister on the power situation in Tamale. Unfortunately, he couldn't come because he had other assignments to take care of. And so, like I said, it's a very sad moment here. The elder brother is here. I will just go to him and for us to have a discussion with him. Sir, it's unfortunate that we've lost the MP for Tamale Central now. How did you receive this information?
As the person the Holy Ground that every soul with best death. What she has done, we have accepted it in good faith. That's what Allah has done. And everybody has a barrier. When you get to that, you have to do. They only hope that by the grace of God, you will be the same rest in perfect.
What were the last engagements you had with him as an elder brother?
3 days ago, we had a brother who had an accident, went to Caterpillar in Tapravi. The amputated his leg. So I told him that we're coming to apply to a book of us on Monday. We go and see the management of the Caterpillar to solve that our brother's problem. So we agreed that if I was able to leave to apply today, but he told me that God and said he should postpone it by Monday as to come to apply. That's the last word I had with him.
I know you are sad, and family members are beginning to gather, right?
Chris, hold on for us. We want to improve the quality of the sound with him, and then we'll return to you and continue the interaction. But we'll return into the Environment Ministry right now because there's some updates from there for us. Godwin is there. Godwin, what can you report?
Well, now, briefly, we are inside one of the conference rooms here at the Environment Ministry, and just like I mentioned to you, the mood here is generally really sad, and people are still trying to come to terms with the fact that this rather unfortunate incident has happened to one of their major leaders, which happens to be the minister, Dr. Mutala. You can see that most of the workers here are, really sad. A lot of sadness drawn around their faces. We are just hoping that most of them wouldn't have tears rolling down their cheeks, but it's just really a very bad day for them here at the ministries, and we'll all be leaving them shortly because we have been told that the HR will be having a short meeting with them, probably to officially inform them about the incident that has happened and subsequently update them with what they will be doing. We have been told that some officials have not been able to comprehend with a rather unfortunate incident that has befallen them, and they had to quickly leave the premises, which we can't understand and comprehend with. You're seeing people either holding to their chins, others having their hands wrapped around their chest. You can clearly see that woman there bowing her head. Clearly, really sad scenes happening here. So we will briefly leave them to have the meeting and also get to update the staff here, and we will be pitch camp outside to get to know what the meeting will be about and what the outcome will also be. So thank you so much for giving us your time, and we are really sorry to get to know that this has happened to you, and we are hoping that you will be able to overcome this as soon as possible. So yes, Mawena, that is the incident here, the meeting that is about to happen here at the ministries, and it's really sad. I'm actually short of words to describe how their mood is like, because you have about a lot of people in there close to just down on the dams. It's just really heartbreaking to know. But we'll definitely be bringing you to speed with all the updates that will be happening here regarding how not just the workers are feeling, but people around as well, and how they are reacting to this rather unfortunate incident.
Thank you, Godwin. That's my colleague Godwin Asidiba, the Environment Ministry, Environment, Science and Technology Ministry, providing details there for us as to what it is that's happening. We're going on the phone lines right now. Dr. Victor Doke is a security analyst, is a lecturer as well at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center. He's joined us via phone. Doc, I appreciate your time and taking time off to speak to us, and for holding the line as well, because I understand you've been on the line for quite some time. A difficult moment for us as a people, as a country, this incident that's just played out. But if we can put this conversation in some perspective, my colleague Alfred has walked us through incident reports involving military aircraft, amongst many other things that have had to do forced landings. We've had a conversation about the state of the presidential jet, and dare I say, there are those who make the argument that there was a possibility the president could have been on this jet. Is this a good enough time for us to begin to have a dispassionate conversation about the state of aircraft as we have, as managed by the military?
Yes, thank you, Maula. Good day to you, our fellow viewers. And I must say this is very saddening. Condolences to the two ministers, the other passengers, and then the crew, the Air Force crew on board. This is so saddening, and it's unfortunate. Such a fine gentleman we have in the person of Dr. Manubuama being the defense minister, very affable, easygoing, and it's just grasped on top issues with respect to the defense sector, and within a short time he has to just give back like this. with regards to the conversations surrounding our state of equipment, i.e., the aircraft we have, the whatnot, I think, yes, it won't be far from wrong to say we need to have a very holistic conversation with regards to the state of our, air equipment and even land equipment, because when you're talking about everyday operational equipment, which are very essential, and it is very, very essential and important that at this juncture we look at every sector with regards to operational materials or operational equipment in a positive direction to see how best we can change in perspective and then address the challenges that exist within our sector, especially the defense sector.
Hello, Doc. Are you still with us? Right. Doc, unfortunately, we'll have to hold you again and connect again to my colleague Gordon Asidiba, who's at the Environment, Science and Technology Ministry, who has yet another update because, I mean, my God, they are so distraught. People are so heartbroken. Godwin, I'm seeing people almost in tears, shying away amongst many other things. Talk to us.
Here at the ministry's enclave in Accra, where the mood is visibly somber and filled with grief following the tragic news of the passing of the sector minister, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, in a helicopter crash that also claimed the life of the minister and also the defense minister as well, Dr. Edward Omane Buama. Here at the ministry, staff members are still coming to terms with the news. Many of them, just like I showed you earlier, are very sad. Some of them are bowing their heads with watery eyes, just trying to come to terms with the fact that this is indeed happening, As they reflect on the life of the minister, Dr. Murtala, most of them who have spoken to me off camera continue to mention how the good man he was and how it will be difficult for them to even allow this tragic news to settle in. There's a palpable sense of shock across the entire building here. I am currently on the 3rd floor where a meeting is about to be held, especially among those who worked closely with him. And I gave a brief history earlier on what Dr. Murtala was aiming at achieving as a minister. And since assuming office earlier this year, he had become a very dynamic force in the ministry, focusing more on energy. He had a vision for advancing Ghana's science, innovation, and environmental sustainability agenda as well. And one of the most recent things that I also mentioned earlier had to do with the fact that he launched a national campaign on e-waste management as well. He also spoke passionately about investing in research institutions and was instrumental in lobbying for increased funding for STEM education and green energy development. Many who have worked with him have described him as a principled man and a person who is genuinely interested in seeing Ghana thrive through science and innovation. And I'm sure if you are a keen watcher of the Key Point hosted by Alfred Okanse, you'll often see him among the panel with Professor Jampo and the rest who speak passionately about issues around the country. The entire media general is also grieving as well. And it's just really a sad one. His loss will undoubtedly leave a huge vacuum, not only to the ministry, but also within the broader science and environmental policy landscape of the country. The question now is how the government plans to continue the work he has passionately started, and who might step in to carry forward his vision. Quite early for us to talk about this, but then It's just still the live pictures here inside, where I hope my cameraman could zoom into the individuals to capture their moods as well. From where I stand, others are either making calls, others have their face totally dropped down to silence. All of these signs that I don't really have to describe indicate and shows when an individual is in shock or is grieving, and you can clearly see all of that happening in here. It's just really, really a sad one. But I'll quickly lead you to the door of his office so that you get to know, once he gets to the 3rd floor, where he would have to walk before he gets his office. That's the door that leads to his office, and you can see quite a number of people standing here. Ordinarily, on a regular day when he gets to ministry, he passes through the door here and gets into his office. I was just hoping that we could get a glimpse of how the place looks like, but for privacy reasons, we won't be able to get there. But when you get to this point, you see the inscription written over there, which is the Chief Director's Secretariat. Before then, you can finally make your way into his office. Right, so that's generally the mood here at the ministry. And you can see that there have been quite a lot of movements and meetings being held among some of the dignitaries or people who hold high positions here at the Environment Ministry. I presume that the meeting should begin as soon as possible with the staff here at the ministry to get to know what the next step will be for them. Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed unfortunately died in a helicopter crash that also claimed the life of the Minister for Defense, Dr. Edward Omane Boama. Right after here, we will try going to the Defense Ministry as well. Security quite tight, but we'll try to gauge the mood around to get to know how people are also trying to comprehend or accept this news. But yeah, that's just what is happening here at the ministry. The space, generally I have been told by the people should be quite busy with a lot of people walking around all the time, but this is just an empty corridor. And then you look to the other side where the meeting should be held as soon as possible, quite room, and others who are also pitch camp outside as well, holding hands, trying to let the information settle in just before the human resource manager can get to engage them officially on exactly what happened and how they're going to, plan it all out here at the ministry.
Godwin Asidiba, my colleague at the Godwin Asidiba at the Environment, Science and Technology Ministry, and I mean the difficulty with which individuals they see, interact with, talk to. Just yesterday, a minister was possibly walking in that office, heartily having conversations with them. Today, they wake up to news of his demise in such excruciating fashion, certainly one that you cannot comprehend. And We've even seen videos of some of the initial reactions. I've seen Amakofibo's immediate reaction when it was suggested to him that the possibility of a crash, and a number of his colleagues, and just the facial expression alone, seeing the ministers and all other dignitaries, even at the presidency when that news conference was expected to have taken place, the anguish, the sorrow, the pain, written boldly on faces of individuals they interact with, have conversations with every time, plan together with, all of that coming to a naught. Fathers, all gone within the blink of an eye, a crash of a helicopter, very devastating, and all of these expressions and more have been written on the faces of quite a number of these individuals who Godwin has been speaking to and interacting with. But we're taking you to the constituency office right now of Tamale Central, where my colleague Christopher Mwako, earlier he was with brother of Dr. Mutala Mohammed. He's moved on to the constituency office as well, because remember, he is a member of parliament for the Tamale Central constituency as well. And again, just before I connect with Christopher, the caution: please do not share these videos, harrowing videos of charred bodies on social media like you're doing, because these are families who've lost loved ones, and it will be painful if you're chancing upon charred bodies of someone you once loved being spread and shared so freely and so easily on social media as well. The caution, which we've seen the Minister of Communication as well reiterate quite strongly: please desist from sharing those videos. Let's connect with my colleague Christopher Mwako right now, who's at the constituency office as well. It's just really a feel, and the pain is very evident. It's written all over the faces of these individuals. These are people who, there's a person who represented them in these constituencies. Let's just go back to that constituency right now and catch a feel of what it's like.
Currently is one of the constituency members, and she's crying.
My name is Adansi Afuokrom. I can't describe our late honorable as a man of God's heart. Indeed, he loves everybody, no matter what your religion. I'm a Christian, he's a Muslim. He doesn't differentiate. He loves everybody. We have hope on him, but God knows what happened.
Because of the
No.
That's the difficulty for people to comprehend, come to terms with what it is that they're hearing. The fact that they're a member of parliament, somebody they love, somebody they look forward to. It was very vibrant when it comes to matters of debate on the floor of the House. He will always speak very boldly on the floor of parliament. And so he is somebody they see, they hear from very often. Suddenly, you get word, watching on television here on TV3, with the responsibility of having to convey those details to all of these constituents. A very difficult time for them, but it's one that's happened nonetheless, as we continue to try and wrap our heads around really what it is that's transpired, even as we engage some more experts in all of that. But we also mentioned that the president had ordered for flags to fly at half-mast. That's happened, and that's a picture of the Jubilee House for you right now, with the flags flying at half-mast. 8 individuals. Some of the individuals you know very well because they are in your faces every time, but these are 8 fathers, 8 relatives, loved persons who, through no fault of theirs, as fate will have it, succumbed to death in such harrowing fashion. and the flags continue to fly at half-mast. Christopher is at the constituency office, like we mentioned, and then we also have an aviation expert as well, because there will be questions asked after all is said and done. There will be questions asked, but that's a picture for you of the flags flying at half-mast at the seat of government at this point in time, as we continue to bring you details of this very, very difficult development. Let's connect to Christopher right now. Christopher Marco is my colleague. He's in the Tamale Central Constituency. Chris, you've been to the family, you spoke to the brother, you've been to the constituency. The tears will just not stop flowing, would it?
Yes, so Mawena is very sad here in the entire Tamale Central Constituency. Currently, I'm at the constituency party office where a lot of party supporters, family members, and other sympathizers are gathering to, as it were, share their respect as a result of the unfortunate incident that happened earlier today. Mawena, let me just take you through the people who are gathered here. If you can see in the background, you can see a lot of people already gathered here, and to also mourn the unfortunate passing of the MP for Tamale Central, Honorable Murtala Mohammed. Now, I will be engaging some of them who have come here because of the situation that we find ourselves in. Most of them are very sad that they cannot even express themselves. One word keeps echoing here, that the Honorable Member of Parliament was a God-fearing person and someone who loved everyone, regardless of the person's religion, ethnic background. And so I'm here with some of his constituents that I'll be engaging with. Please tell us. Okay, so he says he cannot talk. They are all saying that they cannot talk for now because of how sad they are. Maybe I'll get one or two of them who will be willing to talk to me. Sir, please, can you just have a minute of your time with me? You are live on TV3. We want to find out from you, how did you receive this news, and how do you feel right now?
Right now, not talk unless it's not time before we can. Because the thing is very sad for us. Because we didn't believe it, but give everything to God.
Yes, it appears that one message they all keep repeating. They didn't believe the news, but all they can say is that they are giving everything to God. According to them, Islamically, whatever that happens, they have to give thanks to the Almighty Allah. And so that is their last word. All they are saying is that it is God's wish, it is Allah's wish that this has happened. And so that is what they are comforting themselves with. I have some of them here. I'll be engaging. The Constituency Communication Director is here, who happens to be a very close friend to the Member of Parliament that unfortunately today we're talking about he and others having to lose their lives in that tragic incident. Honorable, I know how you feel right now because you've been crying since I got here. But tell us, share with us, what were your last moments of communication with the Honorable Member?
This morning, he called me that we should, some of our branch chairmen, they are sick. So he gave us money to go around the hospitals that they are, to see how they are faring, and give them money to them to assist them in their medical bills. So, and also, you know, we are preparing the grounds for the building of a construction of a clinic here. So we are to do the sword cutting on Saturday. So all the media arrangement and jingle and all that, he tasked me to do it. So this morning we finalized everything. He said if he come back maybe later in the evening, will conclude on, the organization of the sword cutting ceremony. So we were just on the rounds, and before we realized, people were calling and asking, what's happening. There has been an accident, and there's a crash, 4 people, all that. So we are here. And, all what we can say is Inna Lillah or Inna Ilaihi Raji'un. As I said earlier, if today was to be last day, Honorable would have died fasting because he was a practicing Muslim. He believed in Allah. He has never believed that maybe he can live, he knew that this day would come. He knew that this day would come. So we thank God for his life, and we know, inshallah, Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed is in heaven, inshallah.
Yes, so Mawena, such an unfortunate incident. You had a revelation that he was a true practicing Muslim who believed in Allah, and so if today was to be a Thursday, it meant that he would have died fasting. Some of the people I have met here have told me that the honorable member always talked about death because he believed that if today you are fortunate to be alive, you do not know what tomorrow comes with. And so he's always been telling his people that once you are alive, you have to be good to people, you have to be good to your neighbors, and you have to do the right things. That has been the testimonies of people about the former member of parliament. So as you can see, a lot more people massing up here at the party office. Some have actually gone to the family house to also commiserate with them. For now, they cannot talk about any funeral arrangements, but what we do know is that it's a sad moment for the people of the Tamale Central Constituency. Mawena.
Thank you very much, Chris. That's Christopher Marco. He's my colleague. Must inform you as well that the Vice President is leading a delegation to inform families of the deceased. That's what we've gathered from the presidency at this particular hour. She, after that meeting with the security chiefs, is leading the meeting is leading a delegation to officially inform the families of the deceased, 8 deceased. She's leading the delegation to inform each one of them of this rather unfortunate development. Christopher as well has been speaking to a number of individuals. We've heard from some. Let's hear from some others, and then possibly fond memories of the honourable ministers as and when they debated on the floor of the House, and as they were full of life and carrying out their duty to the good people of Ghana.
The least said about patriotism, the better. And now my brother is telling us that, you see, we are patriot, and that is why we are supporting. That is why we have never been against any of such intervention. As a matter of fact, you have staged more work out in this parliament than your total number in parliament. You have staged more work out in this parliament than the total number of your representation. Patriotic citizens do not walk out. Conclude. They argue with reason. Patriotic citizens do not just hold press conferences. In fact, I am told that your other name is press conferences. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. It is very clear.
And that's the sort of individual he was. Vociferous debater, one who wore his heart on his sleeves when it came to matters of parliamentary debate and contributing on the floor of the House. We went through his profile, recently completed his PhD thesis, was supervised by Professor Ransford Jampo, who will join us, and my colleague Alfredo Kanse will connect with him shortly. So full of life.
In fact, the video, Mona, you just played, was just last week.
Absolutely.
Last week before
when there was that debate,
Parliament went on recess.
That debate about the media budget review was presented by the finance minister. I mean, that's rather really unfortunate. The manner in which he had to go. I mentioned Professor Ransford Jampo. Alfred, he's with us on the phone. You want to interact with him?
Indeed, and if there's a man who knows him closely as well, is the man we're just connecting with right now, Professor Ransford Jampo. Is a professor of political science and the CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority, joining us right now. For example, it's a very sad and heavy moment. I do know that the last time Honorable Dr. Murtala Mohammed was on Key Point, you were on that show with him, and he did. Unfortunately, we lost him on the telephone. We'll try to raise him back as Professor Ransford Jampo. And Mauna, that day, the last time Dr. Murtala Mohammed was on Key Point, he was on that show with Professor Ransford Jampo, and indeed they thank him for the support that he gave to him during his period of studying to be awarded the doctorate, and in fact a PhD for that matter in political science. And hopefully we'll get Professor Ransford Jampo back on the telephone to also share the moments and the memories of Dr. Murtala Mohammed. Now we have an update on
absolutely, which is what I wanted you to introduce as well. We brought that updated incident report earlier of when we've seen the military helicopters having to suffer some initial challenges while in the air. There's a March 2022 incident report as well. 2002, I should say, sorry. Yeah, that's
March 2002. There's a Ghana Air Force Augusta Bell 412 helicopter. Now, this incident was a crash in the Etiwa forest in the eastern region. And the 5 military personnel perished in that particular crash. That was in 2002. Let's go back onto the telephone now. Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon, and also the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Professor Jampo, thank you for joining us. And I was saying before I lost you earlier that the last time Dr. Murtala Mohammed was on Key Point, you were on the same show with him, and he did thank you for your tremendous support in supervising his work while he was studying under you at the University of Ghana, Legon. And the man we're talking about today is no more. It must be heavy for you.
It's very heavy. I was scheduled to travel for a retreat in Fu, where the Ministry of Transport is bringing all its agencies together to go and look at what we have done for the past 6 months and what we intend doing the next 6 months. And then we've had to just cancel it because of this sad news. And unknown to many, I will start with Dr. Omane Boama. I will tell you that even though I supervised Murtala's case, I'm closer to Omane Boama than people know. He was, I think, either 1 year behind me in school. I knew him during his days as a student. But some 18 years ago, I was invigilating in an exam hall, and I was called to rush to the hospital at 37, and it was about my son. The boy had always been sick ever since he was giving birth to. The first 1 to 6 months, he was always sick. And so when I was called to the exam from the exam hall that he had been rushed to the hospital and that he was sick, I just told God that, look, I understand and I agree that if the boy should die, it wouldn't amount to anything. So when I was driving to the hospital, initially I was speeding, but later I slowed down and psyched myself that I was ready to be given the news that the boy would have passed by the time I get there. But when I got there, it was Omani Buama I met at the ward. I was practicing as a medical doctor. And I was so humbled by the way and manner he received me and gave me all assurance that the boy's condition was critical, and yet he was going to do his best to make sure that the boy survives. And I quite remember any time I went to visit them and I tried to give instructions as to what they should do, then he would yell at me that, hey, this is not political science, then so stay away. And then, so he kept telling me, this is not political science, leave me and let me do my job. And he worked so hard with devotion, dedication, and kept assuring me, I was scared, I'd given up, but he kept assuring me that look, so long as God exists and so long as he will be professional, he will do all he can to save the boy's life. Today, the boy is 18 years old. The last time I engaged him on telephone was to send the pictures of the boy to him now that he's 18. And it was exciting for him. Every year, I send the pictures of the boy to him, who is now grown to be a very handsome boy. Just last week, I was with him at the Flagstaff House, where they were giving some orientation to newly appointed CEOs. And I recall last Saturday when I was in your studios on Key Points, I mentioned him about the training that he came to offer us and how we would have to be communicating and all that. There was one term he used that he used and said we should guide us in our communication. He called the term missionizing. This is not the time to explain it, but the point is that just last week we were together. Yesterday I spoke to him on a different issue. And this morning or this afternoon to be told that he never fell sick. He is dead and he's gone. Very big blow to me. Now you to Mubarak, what's the name? Murtala Mohammed. You come to him, and it's also a huge blow to me on the political science department, faculty platform. Everybody is sad, and I'm reading what is going on there. Murtala came to do his PhD at the political science department at the time that I think the NDC had been kicked out of office. And I can't remember when I saw him first time, I was just laughing at him that he is now trying to use academia to while away time and all that. And I at one point in time had to psych him up because conduct of PhD in Ghana and in Africa is not an easy task. But I psyched him up, and then he showed a lot of determination. And in spite of the difficulties and all the hurdles, he was able to combine his position as a member of parliament with his studentship to the point that I can tell you that he produced one of the finest PhD dissertations that have been used political science department. And I like his determination, I like his zeal, and if he may be very combative out there, when it comes to academia and how he related with his supervisors, especially me, he demonstrated much humility, and he showed a lot of reception to learning. He was always willing to listen to advice, go and do it like this. He will go, and he demonstrated resilience and humility and also hard work. And it also hurts me that he's been done with his PhD in about less than a year or something, and then he's also gone. And then you keep asking yourself that, so what at all is life about? Somebody could struggle to earn a PhD, and the next day he tells his family members, I'm going to this place and come. Where was he going? He was going to attend a program that was also aimed at fighting illegal mining and galamsey. So I hear, and then they are just gone like that. It is painful. But one thing that gives me a little confidence is that they both died serving their nation. They both died in action. Every Ghanaian person knows that they were going to serve their nation, and this tragedy happened to them. All we can say is that may their souls rest in peace. And at the moment, I'm thinking about their wives. I'm thinking about their children that they spoke to this morning. Like I said, I am in the office now, but this afternoon I'd also told my family that I was traveling to attend a retreat, and this thing could happen to anybody. And so it is painful thinking about the surviving spouses of these two gentlemen and all those who have also lost their wives and their children. How is the news going to be broken to them? The children who have gone to school, the wife who probably is at the workplace, is she also going to be told? Is she going to read about this on social media? I mean, how they are going to receive this news is now what also bothers me. But all in all, we can see that it is the Lord God who knows best, and may their souls rest in peace. But it also speaks the fact that life is meaningless and life is nothing. And I don't see why, if this is how life is, I don't see why we should be worrying ourselves so much. Why should we litigate? Why should we be fighting amongst ourselves? Why should we be scrambling for everything on earth as if there is no tomorrow, as if we won't die? If this is how life is, then I think we should take things one day at a time, and we should trust in our God. And we should always commit ourselves into the care and into the hands of God, because coming back home is not guaranteed without God's protection.
Professor Jampo, you have said it all in all the soberliness, the mode of reflection, and then also the advice of life, really. I thank you so much for joining us. I know that in the coming days we'll certainly be talking some more. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Jampo. Thank you for joining us.
To the family, because if you look at Nebuama, he looks like he's the right-hand man of John Mahama.
Indeed. Prof, hold on a bit for me, and I do appreciate you so much. Let's go back to the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. There's a press conference ongoing right now. We'll reconnect with Governor Sidaba shortly, and we'll get an update on that press conference ongoing at the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology. And earlier, we showed you videos of the staff who had gathered at the conference room at the ministry, awaiting the official communication from the Chief Director of the ministry about what had happened involving the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed there. Prof, especially you're making a point. If you could conclude on it for me, please. Unfortunately, we lost Professor Jampo. Professor Edward Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon, and also the CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. He supervised the thesis of Dr. Murtala Mohammed while he was pursuing his studies for his PhD, which he was just awarded, or he earned last year. After this long period of studies at the University of Ghana Political Science Department. And Mauna, we were showing videos of and pictures of the last time Dr. Murtala Mohammed was on Cape Point. It was just a little over a month ago. And you had Professor Jampo made that reference, and how life really can be that short and fleeting. But the reality we're actually then left with right now is what happens next to the family and then also to the nation. But let's recall Dr. Edward Omanebwama as well in Parliament, that statement that he made regarding the presidential jet, the status of the presidential jet, and then also what ensued in Parliament during that particular statement. And take a look at this.
The presidential jet Falcon 900 EX Easy registration number 9GEXE was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. The aircraft has been undergoing a 24 monthly or 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th March 2025. After a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025.
And that's Edward Omanebwama. He is, I don't even know if to say he is anymore, but that's Edward Omanebwama. Dr. Edward Omanebwama, respectful. He was a defense minister. Unfortunate how life is so fleeting. Let's get on to Zoom right now and speak to Benjamin Owusu. He's an aviation expert, and quite a number of you have been asking questions. We're just going to try and put a few of those to him. Mr. Benjamin Owusu, I appreciate you speaking to us. A bit difficult of a time and a conversation that possibly we're having, but there are many who ask the question, how do we begin to unravel how this aircraft possibly may have gone down? You're the expert here. How does investigation even begin, considering that the entire place burnt completely, bodies charred, amongst many other things?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. It is a very sad day for us in the country. And when it comes to situation of this nature, definitely there's going to be a committee that will be set up for an investigation to be conducted. But then the aircraft itself is a state aircraft. You know, there's a difference between a civil aircraft and a state aircraft. And so obviously there's going to be an internal investigation by the military. But then when it comes to helicopters and then weather conditions, there are some factors that pose a risk to helicopters. Some of the factors are low visibility and a foggy condition. We also have high winds and turbulence, and then thunderstorms and lightning. But then in this situation, what has happened today, we're looking at the characteristic of a helicopter that flies at low level. And so looking at the weather condition, there may be a crucial visibility when it comes to safe operation. And this can lead to difficulty in navigating the aircraft. And that can lead to an unfortunate accident that happened today. And when we also consider condition of assuming there's a heavy rain or flooding, excessive rain can also affect the engine performance, which also have this water injection into the engine intake. That may lead to a power loss, reducing the helicopter's ability to sustain flight. So these are some situations that can happen to the helicopter. And so when it comes to very bad weather conditions, it makes the helicopter flying very critical.
So from where you sit, you're suspecting there possibly could have been a challenge with visibility. But considering the incident has happened, we know for aircraft, more often than not, there is that black box which can begin to help tell if there was a mechanical fault in anything. Are we to expect something like this in this situation which can aid in unraveling what possibly could have happened? Then possibly from there, I can move to the conversation about maintenance, which we've tried to do a bit of a history of some of these aircraft.
Yes, obviously, if in aviation wave there's an accident, obviously it's the black box that gives us all the indications and the possibility of what led to the accident. And so I'm hoping that the black box will be retrieved, and then obviously it will be sent for analysis to be made, and then we'll find out what happened. So in aviation, definitely the black box is a key thing that can assist the investigators to know what really went wrong and what led to the accident. And when it comes to the maintenance, yes, the maintenance also may be a factor, but that most of the time, like you said, we'll see what the black box will tell us, but we can put the maintenance at the lower ladder because of the nature of the weather condition for today. I'm suspecting that. But then the black box will give us a definite information as to what went wrong. But when it comes to helicopter, we have certain factors that pose a high risk to helicopter operation in such conditions.
And some of which you've mentioned already. But considering this visibility factor you continue to mention, what is the safety protocol when visibility is looking like it will be a challenge for the operation of these helicopters?
Yeah, so when it comes to safety operations, that some of the preventative measures that one can consider is, first and foremost, you look at pre-flight weather assessment, where the crew will thoroughly evaluate weather conditions before departure. And then also, they may have to use up-to-date meteorological reports and forecasts. And then the other aspect that one must also look at is the instrument flight training of the crew, to ensure that the pilots are adequately trained. And obviously, they have their training program. So I must believe that the crew that flew the helicopter are very well trained, and they have been trained in the IFR, that is instrument flight training. And being a crew, if you look at the high risk of weather avoidance, you can also consider if, for instance, looking at the pre-flight assessment and the helicopter is beyond safe operational limits, then what the pilot would have to do is to either delay the takeoff or maybe just cancel the flight. And depending on the type of helicopter that was being operated, one would have to also consider the type of instruments that is on it, if there may be advanced avionics and safety equipment on board the aircraft. And so there are other things that, these are some of the few things that one can consider when it comes to helicopter safety operations.
There's just a curious question, because I've seen people ask that just a short while glancing on social media, gauging sentiment. People ask, in situations like this, based on the eyewitness account, where amongst many other things, it suggested that the chopper was flying on a low altitude and all of that. While in the air, nothing possibly can be done. There are those who mention, is there a possibility of a parachute even being able to help save lives amongst many other things?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about parachute, I would say that's a wild card thing.
Those are curious questions people are asking, and so we're seeking to set the mind.
When fly at a low level, You know, so some of the one mentioned, if we're to be a jet that is like very high altitude, assuming that maybe this journey, the alternative route was, you know, lease an aircraft to fly to Obuasi Airport and perhaps maybe connect by road to wherever they were going. That would have been a different situation. But when it comes to a helicopter, it has its level that it flies, and not all helicopters are pressurized. And so they fly at a very low level, not beyond 8,000 feet. You know, so situations of this nature, if there's a bad weather condition or something just went wrong, it becomes catastrophic, which is an unfortunate situation.
All right, Mr. Owusu, I'm sure we'll leave the safety concerns and others in relation to the status or maintenance for a latter date as the country continues to grieve. That's Benjamin Owusu. He's an aviation expert seeking to provide a bit more answers as to how the investigations can go, amongst many other things. Alfred, we understand the minority as well. They've been issuing a statement. They're making quite a number of demands, but they first off express the fact that, yes, indeed, the nation is mourning.
Indeed, the nation is mourning, and this is the minority caucus in Parliament. The statement that just came through, fresh on the plate, says, following the formal announcement earlier today by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah, confirming the tragic loss of life in today's military helicopter crash. This is the minority leader, says, I wish to express my profound grief and that of the minority in Parliament over this devastating accident that has claimed 8 precious Ghanaian lives, including 2 distinguished cabinet ministers and dedicated public servants who gave their all in service to our beloved country, Ghana. A nation in mourning. The loss of the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Environment Minister, Honorable Dr. Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Muniru Mohammed, NDC former parliamentary candidate, Samuel Abuaji, NDC National Affairs Vice Chair, Samuel Sapong, and our 3 valiant military personnel, Squadron Leader, Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Mane Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah represent a profound human loss that touches the very soul of our nation. These were fathers, husbands, sons, and devoted patriots who awakened this fateful Wednesday morning with the noble intention of serving Ghana. Personal reflection. I must speak from the heart about 2 men I knew not as political opponents, but as fellow Ghanaians united in our love for this country. Honorable Dr. Alhaji Murtala Mohammed and I may have sat across the parliamentary aisle, but we shared countless moments of genuine discourse about Ghana's future. His passion for environmental protection transcends party politics, and he possessed that rare quality of listening with intention and also to understand. And Dr. Edward Omane Boamah brought to his role as Defense Minister a scholar's intellect combined with a patriot's heart. In our private conversations, I witnessed a man deeply committed to modernizing our armed forces whilst preserving the values that makes Ghana's military a source of national pride. These personal losses remind us that behind every political position lies a human being, someone's beloved family member, someone's trusted friend. Condolences and support to His Excellency the President. I extend my sincere condolences and the full support of the minority in Parliament in these difficult times. Your loss is our loss. Your grief is our grief. In this moment of national tragedy, we stand united with you as Ghanaians mourning together. To the grieving families of all 8 victims, government ministers, members of the majority caucus, NDC members, military personnel, and public servants alike, our hearts go out to you in this darkest hour. To all Ghanaians who mourn with heavy hearts, know that your beloved ones did not die in vain, and also honoring their legacy. Let us honor these 8 souls by supporting our armed forces, protecting Ghana's environment, and working together for our nation's security and prosperity. Let us channel our grief into renewed determination to build the Ghana they envisaged. And also where public service is viewed as a sacred trust and every citizen can contribute to our national progress. May their souls rest in peace, and may their memories remain everlasting beacons of light, guiding us towards a more united and prosperous Ghana. Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, Minority Leader, signed this statement full of reflection, emotion, and a call to improve on the Ghana Armed Forces, that's equipment, and as well as their installations, and also the call to protect the environment. And remember, Marina, these persons who were on this aircraft or this helicopter that's crashed were attending to a national duty.
Absolutely.
A call to duty for the launch of another initiative to help fight illegal mining. Unfortunately, this has led to their death.
And we know as well, Alfred, that the Ghana Armed Forces, they issued that initial press statement with which there was the beginning of a certain level of confirmation as to the disaster that befell the nation some hours ago. They have finally, I wouldn't say finally, but they have now as well issued a statement detailing into a bit more what it is that transpired. And their statement reads, Ghana Armed Forces Z9 helicopter crashes. The Ghana Armed Forces helicopter Z9 that took off this morning at 0912 hours from Accra en route to Obuasi has crashed in the general area of Sikaman near Adansi Afuokrom in the Ashanti region, and all on board are feared dead. The crew were Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manain Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Enes Ado Mensah. The passengers were Dr. Edward Omanebwama, Minister for Defense, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chair NDC, and Mr. Samuel Abuaje, former parliamentary candidate. The Ghana Armed Forces extends its condolences to the bereaved families. Investigations have commenced to determine the cause of the accident, and that's from the Ghana Armed Forces. It was signed by Veronica Ajo Ahi, Captain, Ghana Navy, Acting Director General, Public Relations, coming through, and all but confirm now that these 8 who left home bidding their families goodbye, I will return after work, didn't know they were bidding them their final goodbyes. If they knew, would they have embarked on this journey? It's a question that if they had the chance, they will ask themselves, and for us, the living, will continue to ask on their behalf, would they have embarked on that? But as Dr. Samuel Sapong is the vice chair of the NDC as well, a picture of him in your shot. Former Ashanti Regional Minister, like Alfred mentioned, and these are footages from his home where family have gathered, and the tears would just not stop flowing.
Absolutely.
It's been raining. The weather has not been favorable, as we heard Mr. Owusu speak to, as to the conditions for the helicopter being able to fly, amongst many other things. But
this is the brief profile of Dr. Samuel Sapong Mawana, first National Vice Chair of the NDC. His early life and education, born 10th November 1957. He's 67 years old, and as of 2025. Hometown, Jobbing in the Ashanti region. He's the eldest of 7 children. He had his basic education at Owabi LA Primary School, secondary education at Osei 2 Senior High School or Senior Secondary School at the time, and he also attended the Wesley College teacher training in Kumasi in the Ashanti region. Further studies, he had his degree and training in governance and administration. He taught at the Jobbing Senior Secondary School, that is from 1981 to 1984. He served as a sports coordinator and worked in fraud investigations before entering mainstream politics. In his political and public service career, he was a metropolitan and regional. He served in metropolitan and regional roles he was one-time mayor of Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly from 2009 to 2012, nicknamed the Action Man for initiating major urban renewable projects as well, and oversaw the Ketia Market redevelopment and the KNUST footbridge construction. He was also appointed under President John Dramani Mahama as one-time Central Regional Minister, and then also managed the regional development and security coordination in the Ashanti region as the Ashanti Regional Minister. In other roles that he served in serving his country, he was a managing director of the state, one-time managing director of the State Housing Company, led housing development initiatives and modernization programs. Also was the first national vice chair of the NDC until his unfortunate and untimely death. Among the top 3 elected national executives of the party. And in terms of his political vision and advocacy, the strong advocate for good governance and public accountability. He also pledged that an incoming NDC, that was ahead of the 2024 elections, an incoming NDC government will investigate and address corruption and misuse of state resources. Also warned against the politicization of issues like illegal mining, and you can understand why he was on this trip to attend the program for the launch of this initiative to help fight illegal mining. Nanedua Kantanka is at the residence of Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chair of the NDC until his untimely death today. Thank you so much for connecting with us. Just tell us what's happening at the residence of Dr. Samuel Sapong right now, where you are.
Okay, Alfred, the situation here is very, very serious because this is unbelievable situation that people are in here.
See.
Even the wife herself does not believe that her husband is dead. This is serious because she spoke to him this morning when the man was leaving Accra. She spoke to his wife, and then tell her that I'm going to Obuasi and camp. So when I come back, I'll call you. So the next time he hear was that your husband is dead. So this is serious, and the family members are not here at the moment. It's only the wife and the sympathizers, the church members, the party executives. No, I've not even seen the executives here. It's only the members that are come around. So the situation here is very terrible because the news is not present at all.
And you said that you had also spoken to his wife, and we see some of the family members as well who are distraught as expected. Now, how about his children as well? Have you seen any of them? And then also the party executives of the NDC in the region?
Yes, as I said, there's no any executive member here at the moment. And then the children too are not here. It's only the wife. And how the wife is crying, there's no way I can speak to her.
Indeed.
The situation is very critical. So it's only the party members, some of the party members are here. So if you want me to speak to any of them, then I can give you one of them to speak to.
Please, you can get closer and speak to any of them who's willing to speak to us, please.
Yes. At the moment, I have someone here that is so closer to Mr. Sapon. Closer to Mr. Sapon. She's in the constituency, so she took advice from him always. So I want you to speak to her.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, madam.
Hello.
Hello, madam. Thank you so much. Yes, I know this is a very, very troubling and sad moment. Our condolences to you. But how well do you remember Dr. Samuel Sapon?
Dr. Sapon has been like a family to me. He's like a father figure in my life. I actually contested in CISO parliamentary candidate on the ticket of LPG. Because of him, I think advice, regardless of the political affiliation. Anytime we got our opinion, we come home, talk, like, Africa, and we've lost a big hero, honestly. I'm tired of it. I don't even know what
And we're all in this same mood of sadness. Madam, you say that you used to go to him for advice, and regardless of the political affiliation, it was more of a father to you, you say?
Yes. Yes.
I see. What are those moments, those specific moments that come to mind when you remember this man who was serving his nation?
During the 2024 elections, I remember when we were going to the Coalition Center, one of the partners, then these guys, one passed the comment that really hurt me. So I was so broken. I was like, this guy, I was like, so constant. Like, I saw someone calling. And someone called me, and someone called and said he said that they didn't count something went on. And you see, I don't know how to put it. Something went on. He called me, if I'm part, I should calm down. When this everybody should calm down. Nothing will happen. And you know, I'm not starting politics. Like, he advised me as a father, regardless, advised me as a father to calm down. That incident, I remember, because I was very angry, even though it wasn't about me, but I didn't understand how people were making noise and getting angry over something that wasn't necessary. And it went out, and he heard and called me to calm me down.
It's a real father figure indeed for you. But you've known him closely as well in terms of his influence and his work for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Tell us a bit about that.
In CISO specifically, because he's in the Constituency.
Right. Just tell us a bit more about that influence and impact in CISO.
Yes.
Can you share with us? Can you share with us your memory of his work in CISO, even though this is a place that the MPP has a stronghold as well in?
I remember he contested in CISO seat before, and he lost. And he lost the seat that time, though, but he contested in CISO. Since then, he's been like MPP, NDC. He's been guiding and shaping because he has the experience. So he's been guiding. The moment you say you're going to contest in CISO, tell you to go see Sapon or he and Kennedy can come. If I could recall, they were that cool where he was advising him and guiding him. Honorable Kennedy can come, actually. Sorry.
Madam, our condolences to you and the family as well.
Thank you very much.
That's one of the supporters of the NDC that's at the residence of Dr. Samuel Sapon, one-time mayor of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, one-time regional minister as well, served as the first national vice chair of the NDC until his untimely death today. And she's been sharing with us her fond memories of this man, his impact, his influence, his work in the Ashanti region, specifically the Nshaiso constituency. And Mauna, this Nshaiso constituency is a constituency the NPP has stronghold on as well. That's Dr. Stephen Amoah's constituency.
That's a specific constituency as well, yeah.
But then he says that this is a man who was really contributed to the growth of the NDC in the Ashanti region, talks about his father figure to all the people who come into contact with him. The videos we've been showing of the family house of the late Dr. Sapon tells it all. And the wife who is inconsolable as we speak, and rightly so, because of this untimely incident that has just happened. It's a big one to take, a nation in mourning, and that is what is at play now. Ibrahim Abubakar was at the scene earlier today. Mauna, what more do we know about what Ibrahim has been bringing to us?
Right, let's connect. Let's connect with Ibrahim. He was somebody I've been speaking to all through the start of this production in terms of what it is that we've witnessed happen over the last few hours. We've been on since midday. Since this news came through. Ibrahim's been to the scene. Let's connect with him right now. Ibrahim, you've been there. You did the perilous walk to see the site upon which the 8 perished. Talk to us.
Well, now finally, all 8 bodies have been recovered. They've been put into sack, and currently we are just descending so that the ambulance is waiting in the community. Looking at the nature of the route, this is a thick forest, so no vehicle or no means of transport is able to go to the accident scene. So you have to walk for more than an hour before you get to the scene. So currently, the military has engaged the services of the residents who are carrying the bodies and descending the mountain before finally we drop it in the waiting ambulance. We are told that from here they will move straight to Kumasi, where the bodies will be airlifted to Accra. But now I can tell you that the scene is very, very tragic. Almost everyone who comes there, be it a security official, a politician, a sympathizer, anyone who comes here is unable to hold his or her tears because the way the bodies have been charged, you are unable to identify who is this, who is that. Initially, we said we were able to locate only 8 bodies, but now initially it was 4, but now all 8 bodies have been seen and have been bagged, and we are currently on our way to Kumasi.
Ibrahim, I mean, the reaction from these individuals who've been to the scene and all of that. You were with the minister all throughout when he had to make that announcement and leave. What's been his countenance? What's been the countenance of persons who have even had to encounter the scene and have had to convey bodies of people who were once breathing like you and I?
Well, Mona, people are unable to even speak to the issue. In fact, the regional minister, when he came, the first thing he did was to stand beside the bodies, all the charred bodies, and offer prayers before they started bagging them. And up till now, he has not been able to say a word. He kept watching it, and from time to time, you could see tears well in his eyes, and also the other people who were around. In fact, the videos had to come late because the military were preventing people from taking shots. They didn't want people to take shots of their charred bodies. But then when they were done, before they allowed the media to take shots of the incident. But one striking thing I also encountered while sitting on my way to the accident scene was seeing some community members holding parts of the chopper. And they said they were taking it home. I don't know what exactly they wanted to use them for, but you see someone holding a part, others. So you go to the accident scene, you don't even see the chopper there. What you see is that it has completely melted The body scattered far away before you get maybe 30 minutes even to the accident scene. So you find one part of the body, then you move, you find another. So
it suggests there was an explosion of some sort?
Exactly. So you get there, you realize that it appears the helicopter hit a tree. We saw the trees around that entire area bent to ashes. So that was, in fact, the information we were picking from some of the residents was that initially the helicopter even did a false landing at their park before it took off. And when it took off, most people were complaining because they realized that instead of it going up, it was below. It was very, very down. And that's why maybe when they got to that area, eventually maybe they hit into the tree and this tragic incident happened. So now we are just moving with the bodies and on our way to Kumasi so that it will be airlifted to Accra. But like I said, all 8 have now been identified and confirmed dead.
Ibrahim, thank you very much. Ibrahim, we'll leave it here. That's my colleague Ibrahim Abubakar. He's been at the scene all from the start. We spoke to him, we spoke to eyewitnesses, and all 8 bodies, like he says, have been packed in bags, and they are currently being taken to the Ashanti region before they can be airlifted again to Accra. We mentioned Samuel Sapong, the NDC candidate, a colleague of ours, was at the home, and the wife is unconsolable. The tears are just running down her cheeks as she cannot come to terms with exactly what it is that's happened. And it will be a similar scene in the homes of the other 7 who just cannot come to terms really with everything that's happened. It's the wife of the distraught Dr. Samuel Sapong there. Unfortunate, the development as we've witnessed over the last few hours, but we've been trying to bring you different perspectives as the news began to break, and a host of others. We've brought you the minority statement as well as signed by the leader, Alexander Afuokrom. We've been to the presidency, amongst many other things, and a host of others. And so that's the statement by the minority, which was signed by Alexander Afuokrom. Alfred read that to us a while ago, and a host of others amongst many other things, and rather unfortunate, the development as we've witnessed, and the confirmation coming through, finally the bodies being on their way now to the Ashanti region, upon which they will make a return. We know as well that the Vice President is leading a delegation to the families of the deceased to officially inform them of their demise and commiserate with them as well. Pretty unfortunate, the development. 8 individuals left Accra at 9:12, headed for Obuasi, but could not make it. If anything is to go by, there are concerns about something which should have been done. What could have been done? It's a lot of the questions which will be asked, amongst many other things. But as life would have it, someone says, the cause of death is birth. Unfortunate as it seems, these 8 will no longer be a part of the living. But their memory, I believe, will live on, because they died while in active duty and service to the nation Ghana. And that, at least, is what gives a few of the individuals who were able to find solace in the fact that they are no longer with us. And that is the difficulty. Let's just try one more time and relive, really, the days of the 2 ministers of state, active, full of life, in service.
Said about patriotism, the better. And now my brother is telling us that, you see, we are patriot, and that is why we are supporting. That is why we have never been against any of such intervention. As a matter of fact, you have staged more work out in this parliament than your total number in parliament. You have staged more work out in this parliament than the total number of your representation. Patriotic citizens do not walk out. They argue with reason. Patriotic citizens do not just hold press conferences. In fact, I am told that your other name is press conferences. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear.
The presidential jet Falcon 900 EX Easy registration number 9GEXE was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. The aircraft has been undergoing a 24-monthly or 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th March 2025. After a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025. There is corrosion in the air intake plug receptacle of the second engine of the aircraft, intermittent tripping of the starter generator of the second engine. There's a need to install a new turbo fan. Being more specific, the fuel tank is also corroded, the left-hand feeder tank corroded, right-hand feeder tank corroded, left-hand center wing tank heavily corroded, right-hand center wing tank heavily corroded. The turbo fan also heavily corroded. What I can say is, rather than situate it within the context of MPP administration, NDC administration, let us look at it as a corroded aircraft that requires massive works Initially, when the aircraft left the shores of Ghana on the 11th, the indicative date was to return in 2 weeks. 4 months on, just this morning, I have received additional information that even the end of month cannot be sustained, and so we should be expecting it beyond the end of this month. What that means is that it will be going beyond 4 months. Most importantly is, this is an aircraft that doesn't just service the executive, it services the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes different institutions in the country. These defects, we are trying to fix them, but they keep on identifying new defects as they fix them. And one serious aspect of the identification is that when they realized that the table fan was heavily corroded and it required replacement, the company did not have readily available spare. This has deeper implications.
Those fond memories, perhaps memories that the families will have to cling on to, hold on to for God knows how long. As the two ministers of state and other individuals, the pilot and other staff all aboard the aircraft, the 8, all had to perish, unfortunately. There's been tributes pouring through thick and fast. This one from Julius Maada Bio, is the Liberian president, reads that, I am deeply saddened to hear about the tragic helicopter crash in Ghana that has taken the lives of the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Environment, and the entire crew. My heartfelt condolences go out to His Excellency President Mahama and the people of Ghana during this incredibly difficult time. Please know that the people of Sierra Leone, stand in solidarity with you as you mourn this profound loss. We are with you in grief. And Julius Maada Bio is the president of Sierra Leone, just by way of correction. And the tributes, they just continue to pour in quite thick and fast. And we'll bring you a lot more of these tributes. And there are pictures online as well of Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, one of the crew members who only got married last month. And you possibly cannot fathom what will be running through the wife right now, getting married in July, and on the 6th of August, you lose your husband in a crash so fatal and so deadly. It's rather unfortunate, but that's what it is that's happened. Kojo Ponkroma is a member of Parliament for Afuokrom Yoruba as well. He's as well taken onto his X platform to express condolences. He says that on this terrible day of national tragedy, my prayers go out to the families of our 8 colleagues who have fallen in the line of duty and in the service of our dear country. It is so heartbreaking to hear of our countrymen suffer this fate. For the Pope John Secondary School fraternity, Pojoba Senior Dr. Omani Boame's demise stings extra painfully. May the good Lord keep their souls and comfort the families left behind. May He give us all the strength to hold the fort and carry on their service. And that's from the Afuokrom Yoruba MP speaking via his X platform as well. And a host of others continue to come in as we try to bring those to you. Shirley Kobochi, who is the 7th Secretary General of the Commonwealth and a former Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. She as well has been speaking via her X platform, says that deeply saddened to receive news of the tragic death of the Honorable Dr. Edward Omaneboama, the Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, other officials and military servicemen of the Ghana Armed Forces this afternoon. My thoughts and prayers go to their families and friends. Deepest condolences to His Excellency President John Mahama, the President of the Republic, the government, Parliament of Ghana, and the people of Ghana. And that as well. And that has as well come through. There's a statement as well from the Moroccan government as well coming through as the tributes continue to come in thick and fast. And the embassy of the Kingdom of Morocco to Accra presents its most sincere condolences to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, to the government and good people of Ghana, and to all the families and the victims of the helicopter crash that occurred today en route to Obuasi. As we mourn the tragic loss of Dr. Edward Omaneboama, Minister for Defense, the Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Mr. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, NDC party members and members of the Ghana Armed Forces, our thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families. May they find solace and fortitude in these difficult times. And this is from the Embassy of Morocco as well, coming through yesterday, and continues to be very, very difficult moment as we try to bring in a number of the tributes as they've come through. The Moroccan embassy as well coming through with a tribute as well to the people of Ghana, and we will continue to bring them to you as and when they come through. And for many who perhaps may have caught glimpses of the reactions of somebody like Ama Kofi Boa, it just presupposes and really paints a picture for you what the feeling is like within the quarters of government. Having seen Felix Kwasi Ofosu visibly shaken by the news of the death, it is difficult for the families, and the videos that we've seen of wives mourning, parents unconsolable, supporters not being able to hold back the tears. It's been difficult. And for persons who made it to the crash site, they could not hold back their tears as well, even as we understand now that the bodies are being conveyed to Kumasi, and the expectation is that they will be airlifted to Accra. And the Vice President as well, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, is leading the delegation that is taking commiserations from the President to these families. It is a difficult time, and one that nobody wishes on anybody. The manner in which they had to go is just so sad and just so difficult for lots of minds to comprehend. But we continue to bring details of some of the condolence messages that are coming through thick and fast from the different quarters as we continue in this coverage, a very difficult one for all persons involved, and one that we're having to do nonetheless in all truth and sincerity. And Ibrahim mentioned bits and pieces of the Z9 military helicopter, which had as well scattered all across the crash site. The New Patriotic Party as well, their General Secretary Justin Frimpong Kuria has been issuing a statement on behalf of the party. It's titled New Patriotic Party Devastated by the Tragic Death of 8 Persons in a Military Helicopter Crash. It reads that the New Patriotic Party is reeling with sorrow and grief following the tragic crash of a military helicopter that claimed the lives of all 8 persons on board. Their passing is not only a devastating blow to their families, but also a profound loss to the entire nation they work to protect and build. We extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. No words can truly capture the anguish of this moment. We pray that the Almighty God grants them comfort and strength during this excruciatingly difficult period. We call for a thorough, transparent, and swift investigation into the cause of the crash. The dignity of the lives lost demands answers and accountability to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. In this time of grief, we call on all Ghanaians to come together in unity, prayer, and compassion. Let us stand with the families left behind. Let us console and strengthen one another. May the souls of these 8 heroes rest in perfect peace until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall meet again. That's signed by Justin Frimpong Kuria. He is the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. We have visuals now of the government delegation arriving at the home of Dr. Edward Omaneboama. We mentioned that the Vice President is leading that delegation. A difficult news to carry, but one that will be carried nonetheless. And like I mentioned, that delegation has made its way to the home of Dr. Edward Omaneboama, and we see in the shot the chair of the NDC, who was present at that news conference, Johnson Asiru Nketia, and a host of other top execs of the NDC arriving there as they convey that very difficult news of the demise of the defense minister. No meaner person, but the defense minister, to the family. And the tributes have poured in from around the world. And we see the Deputy Defense Minister, Broja Jemfi, as well, in that shot as well. And some of the military chiefs all present at the home of Dr. Edward Omaneboama as they prepare to make their way there and commiserate with the families. And that's the home of Dr. Edward Omaneboama. This is the home of yet another government official, where, like we mentioned, the right. And so from indication, this still should be the not quite sure if that still is the home of Dr. Edward Omaneboama. We'll just clarify that for you shortly as well. But we're continuing to bring you coverage of this rather unfortunate news conveyed to us well over 5 hours ago. We've been bringing you details of this all throughout up until now. And on your screens right now is visuals of when the government delegation, the Deputy Defense Minister and some of the military chiefs as well, arriving at the home of Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah. It's difficult, very difficult, and it's one that is readily visible on all of the faces of these individuals as well. But nonetheless, they have had to convey these messages, and we're still live here on TV3, and like I mentioned, a number of the messages. We've read a statement from Alexander Penyomakin, but he has also shared more personal encounters, particularly with Dr. Murtala Mohammed. Says that he shares countless moments of genuine discourse about the country's future. His passion for environmental protection transcended party politics. As the tributes continue to pour in, and we'll continue to read them and bring them to you as they come in thick and fast here on TV3 as we continue the coverage here. The difficulty is visible across all sectors, all persons. We've been to the Environment Ministry where many of the staff there were finding it difficult to come to terms with everything that's transpired. And so that difficulty is one that immediately doesn't go away at all as we try and connect with a number of colleagues as well who are at the homes of these individuals and bring you details. But these are the 8 who we lost today. Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah is the Minister for Defense. Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed is the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Dr. Samuel Sapong is the National Vice Chairman of the NDC. Flying Officer Chum Ampedu. Mr. Samuel Abuaje, the former parliamentary candidate. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed is Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. The Squadron Leader, Peter Anala, he was the pilot of the military aircraft Z9, and then Sergeant Ernest Adomensa. Ibrahim was at the scene, the crash scene. We've interacted with him to some great detail as well. He did an on-the-spot report of what the scene looked like, and here's what he reported or he put together. So behind me is the scene of a tragic incident that has left the entire nation in mourning. 8 persons on board a Ghana Armed Forces helicopter heading to Obuasi from Accra crashed into this thick forest at Sikamai in the Ashanti region, claiming the lives of all occupants. The deceased, including ministers of state, were on their way to participate in the launch of a cooperative mining scheme. This is the remains of the chopper, with its parts scattered in the forest. Investigations have commenced to unravel the cause of the accident. We will be monitoring development and update you subsequently. Ibrahim Abubakar, TV3 News, Sikamai, Ashanti region. Thank you. As my colleague Ibrahim Abubakar, in that dense forest where the crash happened, providing details there for us as to what the scene looks like at this particular point in time. And that's what we can report. I was on Squadron Leader Peter Anala, who was the pilot of the aircraft which so fatally crashed that the remains of this 8 on your screens right now, all but charred, not recognizable, not identifiable, and they had to be bagged. They walked by themselves into the Z9 military helicopter which left Accra at 9:12 this morning, but they had to be bagged by other individuals and carried. Such is life, fast and fleeting. And like Austin Wood will say, the cause of death is birth, as he's been saying all through. But Sergeant Ernest Adomensa is the last on the list of the 8 who tragically passed today. And for many people who've been reacting to the incident, of the many things they have struggled really to come to terms with is the manner in which the 8 on your screen right now, all filled with life, smiles, and whatnot, are no longer a part of the living. It's truly, truly heartbreaking as we try to bring you a bit more in terms of the tributes that have been pouring through. The chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, has also been saying a word or two. It says that the chairperson conveys his heartfelt condolences to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the government and people of Ghana, and the bereaved families of all those who lost their lives in this national tragedy. That's the chairperson of the African Union. The German embassy as well, they've come through. They say that Germany stands in grief and solidarity with the people of Ghana during this difficult time. Peter Boama Otokuno as well shares a word or two. And the tributes just continue to come in thick and fast from different quarters as we continue to convey the deepest condolence of an entire nation to the families of the bereaved. And we continue to be live here on TV3 as we bring you details as we have it of what it is that we know following this incident. We know as well that investigations have begun. Investigations have begun at the scene of the crash, and there will be subsequent details as to what the cause of all of this is. But right now, there is national mourning, there's national grief, and the tears just will not stop rolling down the cheeks of many of these individuals, families, and what have you, who are gathered at the homes of the respective persons who today they will no longer see. Fathers, brothers, uncles, friends, comrades, relatives, you call it what? To some, they were mentors. To some, they were an inspiration. To some, they were people they looked up to. And there were people as well hoping that opportunities will come forth from these individuals. They were looking forward to tomorrow, like you and I both. But unfortunate as it seems, tomorrow could not come. And we've lost them in this rather tragic accident which has occurred. And one of the many things that we've done here during this very difficult coverage as well has been to walk you through the details of what it is that happened. But just in case you're coming through, you're seeing pictures of the 8 and wondering what exactly it is that's transpired, we're taking you some hours back to the seat of government when the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, addressed the country on the death of the 8, confirming really what began as initial rumors and concerns coming through. Here's Julius Deborah when he confirmed the unfortunate incident.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemuna, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
Fifi Kwete. He's the one approaching right now, together with Roads and Highways Minister Kwame Agboja. Also is
tragic departure of our colleagues in the service of our country. They were on their way to Obuasi to launch the cooperative mining initiative. The president is down emotionally. We pray that God will give him the fortitude and the Ghanaian people to accept this tragic loss. Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana, is now leading a government delegation to formally, but albeit with difficulty, go and convey the sad passing of our colleagues, Dr. Omane-Boamah, Dr. Murtala Mohammed, Alhaji Lemuna, Alhaji Murtala Mohammed, and comrades Sapon. So the Vice President has constituted a team, one led by Julius Deborah, National Chairman, took over. It was supported by the Army Commander, and the other team will visit the 2 other families, and a family will visit Takoradi tomorrow. Do accept our sympathies and condolences. Very difficult moments for all of us.
Okay.
She's one of the constituency members, and she's crying.
My name is Adansi Afuokrom. I can't describe our late honorable as a man of God's heart. Indeed, he loves everybody. No matter what your religion, I'm a Christian, he's a Muslim. He doesn't differentiate. He loves everybody. We have hope on him, but God knows what happened.
Because of the
And we've just been trying to gauge the mood from the homes of some of these individuals who've lost precious ones, very precious individuals close to their hearts, where the tears have been uncontrollable, and you can only fathom the anguish with which they are grieving. But Gordon Asidiba is my colleague. He was at the Environment Ministry earlier. He's made his way to the home of Dr. Edward Omaneboama, where we showed you pictures earlier of a government delegation of some sort making its way there. Let's try and connect with Godwin right now this afternoon to catch a sense of exactly what it is that's happening there for you. Godwin, if you can hear us, if you can hear me, talk to us about the mood and what it is that's happening there.
Good evening from Chado, a quiet residential community here in Accra that has been thrown into a state of disbelief and sorrow following the tragic news of the passing of Ghana's Minister for Defense, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, in a helicopter crash. I'm currently standing outside the late minister's private residence where friends, families, neighbors and sympathizers have begun gathering to pay their respect and try to come to terms with the shocking loss. The security presence has been heightened here, and officials close to the family, helping to coordinate visits around. The mood here is solemn, some visibly emotional, others struggling to find words to describe what Dr. Omane Boamah meant to them personally and to the nation at large. From all indications, you can clearly see that there are some meetings ongoing inside his home right there with other vehicles, parked here. We know that Dr. Omane Boamah was appointed Minister for Defense under the current administration, a role he took with, a deep passion, and we could clearly hear from his voice anytime he talks about his work. We also know that it is a role he earned that gave him so much respect, and also he became a voice that was principled, and we know that since assuming his new portfolio, he, began steps in the defense ministry sector, gaining grounds between the Ghana Armed Forces and international partners particularly, and responding to growing regional security threats, including terrorism in the Sahel and maritime insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea, and a lot more. I'll hold on to the history for now and just try to paint a picture of exactly what is happening at the entrance point of his home. And if Ishmael can come with me just a little closer, just for us to have a vivid description. I'm sure you can clearly see some people who are gathered having some conversations regarding the situation that has happened. We have been told by the security personnel who are standing at the entrance to his home that no one is allowed, especially the media, to get into the premises, but standing from outside and monitoring exactly what is happening in the house, I could see quite a number of people who were gathered in numbers whilst having conversations, trying to come to terms with the fact that this indeed has happened to them. Just in front of his house as well, you would see some neighbors who have also gathered around, due to the situation that we are all trying to comprehend with. At the moment, there's nothing really happening here aside the security officials that we can see are being dotted at vantage points, one at the entrance leading to the house, far from the right and left side as well. You get to see most of these security officials who are here guarding the house, because this devastating news definitely should get the attention of loved ones and a lot of people who might want to come around to gauge the mood here and to know exactly if the news you're hearing is true. So it's prudent that you would have security around just to coordinate and ensure that things are being done well. I would wish that we would get close to these individuals who are standing right in front of his home, just to get a word or two from them. But from afar, from where I'm standing, you can clearly see that most of them have bowed their heads and so much sadness and sorrows, and they are still trying to just, roll their heads around what has happened to either one of their friend or a family, a brother or a father as well. Yes, so basically, Mawena, that is what is happening here at Dr. Omane Boamah's residence in Chado, a really serene environment that has been turned into something really sad, if I should say. And just like I was saying, the mood here is just solemn, some visibly emotional and others still struggling to find, emotions to comprehend with. And I was also mentioning that under his leadership, we know that the Ministry of Defense launched new initiatives to modernize military infrastructure, improve troop welfare, and enhance border surveillance. And Dr. Omane Boamah was looking at ensuring that all of these things will be done for his people. He was known for pushing for a more humane and right-sensitive military, balancing security needs with a commitment to democratic values and civilian oversight. His sudden passing will not just be a loss of a seasoned politician and public servant, it also creates a significant vacuum in Ghana's security leadership at a time when regional instability and some issues around the Upper East region, Boko to be precise, are concerned, where some security issues are heightened in there. He's been a man who has looked at such incidents, assisting in communicating and the deployment of officials to that part of the country to ensure that peace will be restored. A lot of people will be asking who will be the man to hold on to these tasks. Again, many here fear that beyond the personal grief, this could slow down some of the reforms he had initiated. Already conversations have begun about, succession on social media, continuity, and how his legacy will be preserved within the Ministry of Defense. And as we await further official communication from government, just as they've spoken to us earlier, we will get to know exactly how the mood will be. So we'll try and see if we can get closer and possibly see if they will be in a good position to talk to us. I am really sorry for what has happened. I can clearly see that you're sad, but how did you receive the news?
It's a very bad day. It's a terrible day for us. Very terrible day. We see that it's not easy. It's very, very terrible. Very, very terrible.
What is the mood in the compound? How are people holding up to the information?
You can see the whole place. Very gloomy. Very, very gloomy. It's a national tragedy. I am lost of words. Knowing the person I work with as a direct subordinate to him, we are yet to get a type again.
Before leaving today, what was his itinerary looking like?
We had a beautiful discussion this morning with him of our processes and what we intend doing. He was like a father. We just, if I open the chat here, you'll be shocked. So only to be told this, I still believe it's a dream. Right. I can't. The last time I shed tears was in 1988. I don't know how it happened today.
What were his exact last words to you, if you could let us know?
It's about keep eye on the ball. Keep eye on the ball. Just focus. So it is. Because after the primary time, we chat this morning. He told me, keep eye on the ball. Just focus. And he was to come back for us to continue, to give him an update, what we are going to do, only to be hit hard this way. It's unbelievable. I've never been hit like that. Like a person that you've worked closely with, such a brainy person. I've never seen a brainy person. When you hear us talking, then people are like, it's because of him. He gives us a tutorial, he'll sit you down. We've learned a lot, but we hadn't finished learning and it's left it this way. It's terrible. It's downhearted.
I'm really sorry for, letting you speak in this mood. Your posture clearly tells how you feel, and I would really want to tell you to hold yourself together. We are really sorry that this is happening, and we are hoping that you, together with the Defense Ministry and everyone, will be able to hold it in. but I'm sure he had a lot of plans for the ministry. If you could just run us through briefly.
I will say that we have lost a genuine. In fact, one of the hard-working gentlemen who wanted to transform the ministry, reset the agenda was on. It's full of life, and he wanted to position the ministry among the best defense ministry in the sub-region and the world. Clearly, you could see his passion. It was very clear. Unfortunately, things went bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. I'm yet to see the type. I've worked with officers in the party in terms of the elections. This one is one of his kind.
Right.
One of his kind.
Sure. Thank you so much. I would leave you to go now, and peace be unto you, and please be strong. Yes, so we'll continue to speak to a lot more people here as they move out of the house, but you can see about 5 military officers dotted at the entrance leading to Dr. Manibuame's house. They wouldn't even allow us to come close to the abode, and we do respect the privacy that the family would need at this point, but we will get some more reactions from other people as well. Just to speak to you briefly, right, some of them are not in the mood to engage us, and we will definitely have to respect that as well. Hearing news of a colleague or a family member who might have unfortunately died through such a tragic way in a helicopter crash, looking at how high this helicopter could be, landing all the way to the grounds, and pictures that we saw was an environment or a surrounding that looked rocky, very hilly as well. From my colleague in Kumasi, Ibrahim Abubakar, who earlier reported, we could clearly see pictures and videos as well where the bodies were reportedly bent beyond recognition. It's just really devastating, and so it is very much important that we get to understand if the family says they need so much privacy at this point. But most of the people who were earlier in the compound, and some have left, others are still, loitering around. I wish we could have gone inside just to have a feel of how the family is grappling with the news and what subsequent plans would be. But that unfortunately can't be done at the moment. So we'll just be outside the house and just try to capture the moments. And I'll also try to get all of the details that you may need as far as this tragic and rather unfortunate news that has befallen the country is concerned. It's just really sad that this is happening. And my colleague Judith Brown will also be joining me here at the house so that we get to have a brief conversation. He's also been to quite a number of places and monitored a lot of things that have been happening. Earlier, we were at the Environment, Science and Technology as well, where we got reactions and also gauged the mood at Dr. Murtala Mohammed's office. A press conference, if I should say, was held between staff and HR of the ministry to know what has happened, where they were officially informed about the tragic incident that has captured the life of their boss and what should be done subsequently. And like I mentioned, my colleague Judith Brown is joining me here, so we have a brief conversation on what is happening. Adorn in your black already, clearly showing how you feel about the incident that has happened, but I'm sure you've also been trying as much as you can to get to this premises, and you have seen the military who say that they wouldn't allow us get into the premises to know exactly what is happening. So Judith Brown, you've heard the news, a lot of reactions on social media as well. People are already asking questions on who will be taking over what, which I believe is so early for us to have a conversation on. But families, friends, and people have been pouring out their hearts on this rather unfortunate news. Earlier in the newsroom, I saw how you also reacted to it as well, because you have had quite a number of interviews with the Environment, Science and Technology Minister, Mutala. You sort of have a relationship with him. And as a reporter who has interviewed him numerously, had conversations with him, I'm sure it's definitely going to be hard for you to hold it in here. But it's a solemn environment. What do you have to say?
Well, words cannot describe how difficult the situation is currently at Omane Boame's house, his residence. We know that most of his family members are actually not currently here. We're told his wife is not in the country as at yet, and maybe flown in latest by tomorrow. I don't know how she's taken this news, but definitely it's a very shocking situation. The manner in which they left earlier this morning, it is not a way for anyone to go. You wouldn't even wish it on your worst enemy. And so it's a very difficult situation for a lot of people still grappling with the news. In fact, when I heard it myself, I was just waiting to hear that, oh no, someone survived. We're hearing names as to who could have been on board even before the names were released, and we're just shocked. I mean, when I heard and saw his picture, Honorable Mutala Mohammed, Dr. Omane Boama, I was in shock. I was like, no, this cannot be happening. Not on a day like this, just to wake up in the morning expecting everything to go smoothly. They were just on their way to a program in the Ashanti region, only to hear of such a gory death, and the manner in which they went as well. Very, very, very sad and difficult to hear. And so I'm really not in a good mood. A lot of people are not in a good mood. I'm sure you're not in a good mood as well. But those who we should be praying for mostly are the families of those who have lost their lives in such a very bad manner. Godwin.
Absolutely, Judith. It's really been a hard day for all of us, not just at Media General, but, having to step out of the office to either get to the Ministry of Environment and finally landing here has just been a journey with a lot of questions running through my mind as to how the families will be able to hold this in, friends as well. We know that these individuals in one way or the other had a lot of people who were either learning from their work or serving as mentors to them. Earlier, Suweba to Adam, who is the director at the ministries, couldn't even show us her face. She had her face covered with a scarf because she cried continually, and it was just really sad to know that this is happening. A lot of people here, which happens to be residents as well, are crying, and we'll just try to get close to them to get their reactions as well. This is just at the right side of his home when you step out of the building. Due to the security presence here, they've all been told to come to this side, and we'll just try to get the reaction of some of them. This woman here has been wailing for some minutes now, and we'll just get to know who Omane Boama was to her and why it is important for her to be here.
Papa, why
Me sorry say a same way at all, no, but not oye why mao.
Bibia, me ba amze ono ala hye me dwa. O hwe me ne me mani na afesu a bibia me nya age wa hu me ne me ma no. Obema ne yepe na owu abefa ne ko. Zeze me hu papa bia me ga ze papa ka na ko no papa na ko no. Me go hu ne we ka ze go wo ne balance rade. Oh, no, why, say, I never maybe be.
Me a sorry at all. And I don't know what tongue. Right, so she was basically telling us about how Dr. Omanebuama has been helpful to not just her but to her children as well, and she would have hoped that this would be something that could have been reversed, but unfortunately death is inevitable and it has indeed happened. But we'll try to get your reaction as well. May I sorry say asemwe ato no mahu se usu me ma shedding, but na oye hwan ma
papa like papa ushia no kra na when did you cry ni Robert na gate anodia ama usika kra 200 dear benyeji na ni trimu nya de odwe onu nkwa mba ho odwe obia
sign na ofa so edite ya same way.
Say me onu mo na me ya de na me ku be ka chem say o papa ewu na am say me papa be me pona me ka say papa ankasa na o say me hwe say me sister Jimmy ka eko me pa ensu na e no kre ba na me fi say bia ba me ka so wu ye na me jindi but me hu say de si ko ye no na me ka say asame ye no kre.
When was the last time I no and mo last nkomodie na ye den?
Yeah no, e be only be not to come no we be no go. And I cry no we be and I pay na fedi e uni be enim so kwa ba fedi ye tin na we. Well, maybe
you can clearly see these residents here who have pitched camp at the frontage of Dr. Omanebuama's residence. They're crying uncontrollably. You can clearly see tears rolling down their cheeks. They've told me about how they had a very good relationship with him and described him as a good man as well. He was someone that they described as generous and someone who was kind to them. And immediately they heard the news, they couldn't hold it in, so they had to come here to confirm if indeed it is true. And after confirming, it broke them down, and that's why you're seeing them here crying uncontrollably. But Yamamoshadene Asama Atomo no Wahano Museino. I've also seen Sir Wonso Abahano Musei together with other people. Who was he to you? How well do you know him, and how do you accept this news?
If you think so a minister Bakufi and Sumewo, but Siro Manemo Tiwa Hano, if you run me with a few crown, but 1 minute, sir. Who one mile crowd, 200 dear, Ubina.
Sign on no tear.
So near your 1 year to say family people for Pepe. This one Jomuha, no well whom. So just from bar around or how crowd, Tamo me minister 1 year to 5. So just from bar around Nukana, 1 year Tihano. It's almost from who say 1 year to family people. And you want to mean Jomuha, Emra, who one say, you chop on it, dear. When you grab a mosca and find a hokra, because Opeso be and feed say family and Casanca or Guinea Pahon. And so, maybe dear, Tama Minima Minufina was man a bason cotadi. On back on shiny banner say, or can say, Papa Neguno.
A lot of
Mechanics or Uncle Bis and Panamla. Intimidini move na Enna, a brand Babacachan say, no crap, because no, because in 3 days, Yawaha, so just from I run more. And draw Omoha, and pay one on the fan of the Neko. Into Ombacan, dear Massa. Mimi, dear Omacam, said no. I didn't know one about my 2 films are into the 1 time because Miss Summer phone, and before Miss Summer phone, and Muse, TikTok, Nadine offer. You move what? Into Assembly and Ukraine. Papa ne wampa just like that. No.
Meda. Right.
A photocopy no my daba. And it's a I feel me call me short even na me who say Chief of Staff and National. What matter? Alumano mobile 10 sachets still boy.
Absolutely. So they are just all trying to say that they are finding it difficult to agree and accept the news that has befallen them, and we'll just get a brief reaction from him as well. He didn't even come here wearing anything as well. Could it be that when you heard the news, you had to rush in, not wearing not even a footwear?
Daddy, your father, I feel he wants to make a cry. Just say, "Grandpa, he says if you only and because I don't want to because as some way at the end, he impanka on can be so. I don't know say we who do because Yantia say Anapowe that you know Kojuma or the cow, white one or the Kojuma, Anapowe or after the car black nor the PA. After the Yawama, Yatia was a Yapapo, Yapapo, I say, by so I feel be out about Biaba. Yes, we knew she, I feel conform Banon, so that from Crown Butcher say Yapapo Wampa. Zama says if you would because on any waffle, you do be a boy or a mountain peru, and so you would a says if you're Raho, I'm a papa, I'm a Nadia, and shall cry into me, yes, into me that, into me the dimple, because. Nobody did my SUDB. I don't know. Just say okay. See your boy fire then. Asa. See and film. You dear your whole. Yeah, just
it's just quite a number of residents here, Dr. Omane Boame's neighbors, who have continued to describe the kind of individual that he is and how he's been very generous to all of them. You can clearly see them standing here drowned in so much grief, and it's just really hard for them to accept the death of the defense minister. And it's been a mood that has been like this since they received the news. Most of them have mentioned that they first saw it on the internet and couldn't really believe, because they felt it was one of those stories that you would regularly see that has not been verified or true. But upon reaching here and gauging the mood around and seeing some of the people, they've indeed confirmed that the news is true, and they are just saying that he's a man that they wouldn't have again in this community that they find themselves in. And knowing that for someone who has been described to be very generous and being very professional as well when it comes to the work he does, he should be someone that should be reckoned to be a very important person to the nation. So if this rather disbelieving incident has reached him and has led to his demise, it will be very important that we get to ask people to know more about him and to also ensure that his legacy lives on. As it stands, it's been confirmed that Dr. Omane Boama is unfortunately dead. The Minister for Environment, Science and Technology as well has also unfortunately passed on. My colleague from the northern part of the country has been getting reactions from constituents and family members as well. Some of the individuals we have been told who were on board the helicopter also include Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, who is the acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. We also know that Dr. Samuel Sapon, who is the Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Samuel Abuaji, former parliamentary candidate, and we also know of the Flying Officer Chum Ampedu and Sergeant Ernest Ado as well, who have unfortunately passed on. We will be visiting the families and homes of these people as well to know how they are trying to accept the news and accept that this has indeed happened. But until then, we'll just keep an eye on what is happening here and also get to update you subsequently. We are hoping that we would have been able to get access into the home, a very beautiful house, I should say. And all of this, you know, it was just a structure that was last seen by Dr. Omane Boama, a place he's called home, a place he's called a space where he connects with family. today was the only day he stepped out of this abode, and he never returned. When we spoke earlier with some of the people that he's worked with, they made mention of the fact that he had a lot of plans for the defense ministry. They also described him as a man of they also described him, I beg your pardon, as a man of intellect, a man who stood grounds and knew much about the work that he does. So if this has happened to them, they are not only in shock, which is most important, but they are also in worry that they might not be able to find a man as capable as he is, based on how he's been described by them, to be able to manage the affairs of the defense ministry. But as we are still continuing to accept this development, it will be very hard for a lot of us, including me, across all social media platforms, where we are still gauging more reactions from a lot more people, not just from the presidency, not just from constituents or families, but from ordinary people who are just trying to also accept the incident with how it has occurred. It is just really tough if you would want to sit and think about it. And knowing that these individuals, per description by Ashanti regional correspondent Ibrahim Abubakar, being bent beyond recognition, it will even be very difficult to identify who was Mutala, who was Dr. Omane Boamah, and who were the others. And so, fast forward to maybe autopsy or some, scientific processes will be taken, and then subsequently we'll all be updated to get to know how things will unfold. But the reactions from all the people here and from all those I have been engaging, it has actually put myself in a very solemn situation, which is beyond explainable, if I should say. But yes, we'll move closer again to the entry point of his house, just to get to see some cars that are coming in and to get to know the individuals who are also arriving at the scene as well, to be able to understand and commiserate with the family as well. My colleague Judith Brown earlier mentioned how Dr. Omane Boamah's wife isn't in the country, and we cannot even confirm if his immediate family members are in there because we haven't gone inside yet. But
that's my colleague Gordon Asidiba at the residence of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, where he's been speaking to persons who knew him in real life, as well as some persons who work closely with him. That's his home in Accra, his residence at Koforidua as well. The tears will just not stop flowing.
Would find
that's what it looks like at his residence at Koforidua right now, where quite a lot of people have gathered, still in disbelief as to the news, because trust me, you cannot possibly believe that a relative of yours, an illustrious son of the land, someone who's risen to the high office of a defense minister, is on national assignment on his way, suddenly is reported dead, has been confirmed by the chief of staff, amongst many other things. And you see people with their heads down, the military presence at his home in Koforidua, and the shock and anguish is one that they will struggle to come to terms with for quite some time. But this is the situation and the look and feel of his home at Koforidua in the eastern region right now, as many continue to come to terms with what it is that we've seen. But like we've been telling you since the news broke on 12, somewhere after 12:30, it's been a difficult time for a lot of the persons who are close to these individuals, the relatives amongst many others. And we've been to the home region of Dr. Mohammed Mutala as well, where his brother amongst many others could not come to terms with it. We went to the Tamale Central Office of the NDC and they just possibly could not hold back their tears. The women and men all there crying uncontrollably as the news of the death of the minister reached them. 8 persons, 8 individuals, 8 lives, 8 fathers, 8 uncles, 8 husbands, all having lost their lives in that tragic accident. And Ibrahim brought us a situational report as well of what the crash scene looked like. But my colleague Martin Asidudata as well has joined me in studio right now, where we continue in this coverage of this rather tragic incident. He has quite a bit more of the tributes as well, which have been coming through. Martin, we understand that of the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has come through as well.
Yeah, and clearly, like you indicated, it's been a very heavy day for the entire country. We're told that the current president, John Mahama himself, is in isolation because of the magnitude of the news that hit the entire country and the government for that matter. And many tributes have been coming in, like Marina indicated. The latest we have is that of former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I would put it out to you. It's a bit lengthy and it tells you about the enormity of the weight of the information he's just had himself. He says, and I'm quoting, "The entire nation is profoundly shocked and saddened by the tragic news of the military helicopter crash that has led to the passing of Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omanebwama, Minister for Defense, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Tamale Central and Minister for Environment and Science, Alhaji Limuna Miniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapong, National Vice Chairman of the ruling NDC, Mr. Samuel Abuaje, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flight Officer Manain Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Adumensa in the Adansi area of the Ashanti region, as announced by the Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, Mr. Julius Debra, this afternoon. I have spoken and extended my deepest condolences to the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and to Mr. Johnson Esiedu Nketia, the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. I console with our gallant men of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Air Force, at his concerning time, and salute their indispensable role in the public life of our country, and extend further my condolences to the bereaved families. May they find peaceful rest in the bosom of the Almighty until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall all meet again. And those are the words of former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, where he has been sharing his condolence not just with the President of the Republic, but then to their families and the Ghana Armed Forces and families of those who've unfortunately lost loved ones in today's tragic incident. The former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has also posted on social media and had a picture of all the gentlemen who lost their lives today. And his post says, "A while ago, I communicated to the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, my deepest condolences following the heart-wrenching news of the loss of 2 of our nation's ministers and 6 others in a helicopter crash earlier today. The fallen men paid the ultimate price in the service of our motherland, leaving a shocked nation in pain. I know most of the deceased personally and equally feel a sense of loss to see their demise under such horrid circumstances. Samira, I, and the Bawumia family and the NPP join the nation in mourning them. May the good Lord grant the bereaved families, the government and people of Ghana strength and healing in this time of tragedy. Those are the words of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Ghana's former vice president. And he joins a number of people who've been sharing their sympathies with the Ghanaian people. And we're taking you back to the Koforidia residence of Dr. Omane Boama, the defense minister. Some family members have been talking. Let's try and get the feed and join the family and the people gathered there to find exactly what they have been talking about.
Margaret Omane and a Grace Omane. Oh, I am a Wakura, to one who would them. Najasamina Mitimi, a Mubuka, Cameron doing what no, the boy, I'm an say. What TV you from him say, Kofi Wama, when you plane crash. Now, now, what collaboration when you plane crash and as we call it, they're gonna create a new plane. Now, when you plane crash for defense minister was when you plane crash, and I'm school me. To say, and yet to see crew, Obia cast a social Libya for the Ben, or Waka, Winmaka, I'm so, Kisanity, dear. Yabebaha, na Yabe, Nimami. Say no credit, I bear the Yanamami, dear. Yabeba Bobona money, and the Simona, if he does it, Baha. By coffee, my meeting on Nipech and Wishia. Bibi also said, Papa no so we will know a defense minister. No, one say we a minister who belong to the government. And in the barn said, the very time one ring here say one over. No, I ever see a baby. Say Papa say Bonnie and the over, no one ever see and tea and chair on too. The Oana. I see them quite any chief of staff from Munina, who see more on the buy on the boy. I'm say no correct when you plane crash. Now, one course, them say Sunyani. Now, all bad, and when you plane crash.
And so, those were visuals and voices from the Koforidia residents of Ghana's defense minister who passed away in the early hours of today in the presence of a number of other Ghanaians. So we know that it's quite a heavy day, and many of you have been sharing your thoughts. Some key individuals from around the world are also sending in their tributes. The one you see on your screen is from the chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, who says the chairperson conveys his heartfelt condolences to His Excellency John Mahama, the government and people of Ghana, and the bereaved families of all those who lost their lives in this national tragedy. Again, we also have this from the Moroccan embassy here in Ghana, and they say our thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families. May they find solace and fortitude in these difficult times. And this is the Member of Parliament for Ofuasi Ayuribi and former Information Minister Kojo Opon Nkrumah. He says, on this terrible day of national tragedy, my prayers go out to the families of our 8 colleagues who have fallen in the line of duty and in the service of our dear country. And he actually was a very good friend of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and it was always interesting to see and hear their banters in Parliament. And you could tell that a lot of people have been touched by this sad news. Sami Ewuku, Member of Parliament for Ekuapim North, he says this tragedy serves as a painful reminder of how fleeting life is and of the sacrifices made by those who serve our nation with honor. Again, the British High Commission, they have also posted, and coincidentally, their flags are flying at half-mast as directed by the Chief of Staff. So they are saying the British High Commission expresses deep condolences to His Excellency President John Mahama, Jubilee House, and the people of Ghana on this tragic and sad day. Our thoughts are with the families and friends of those deceased during this difficult time. Former General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Engineer Kwabena Ejapong, he says this is a devastating blow to our nation. We have lost courageous men, public servants and soldiers who dedicated their lives to the country's peace and stability. The condolences keep coming in, and many have been sharing their thoughts on today's development. This is Majority Leader Mahama Ayariga. He says their sacrifice, patriotism and commitment to duty will forever be etched in the history of our republic. May their souls rest in peace. Again, we do know that many of you have also been sharing yours, so eventually we'll put some of your messages out as well. And like we indicated, the former president put out his thoughts, and what he said was, I condole with our gallant men of the Ghana Air Force at this concerning time and salute their indispensable role in the public life of our country and extend further my condolences to the bereaved families. So not only former government officials or senior government officials or dignitaries, but the regular and average Ghanaian, everyday Ghanaian is also sharing their thoughts and condolences. Very unfortunate and sad day for our country, and definitely this was not the kind of day many of us woke up to, but the news must have hit any and everybody that heard it, and depending on where you were, you know, it must have hit you in a very different way. But what we do know is that government immediately dispatched a team to go to the homes of all the 8 gentlemen, and we have reporters in some of these areas. Eventually we'll be bringing you what the mood is like, what the thoughts are in the homes of all of these gallant men who unfortunately left us on earth, and it was as a result of a helicopter, a military helicopter crash in and around the Ashanti region. So our reporters are also at the crash site. We are getting reports of what exactly they saw on the ground, and as you following us of our coverage for this unfortunate tragic event, we'll bring that to you as well to get to know how things are playing out elsewhere around the country and in the Ashanti region as well. When the news broke, the Ashanti regional minister, who was at an event, had to immediately leave to try and get resources in place to see how best they can get the falling men and soldiers out of the crash site. So these are some of the images of the remaining parts of the military helicopter. We are told that upon crashing, it caught fire and burnt. And some of the images we've seen, you can tell that the area of impact has burnt quite badly. And these are people in and around the area. Some of them who spoke to the media said that they saw the aircraft while it was above them and heading into the forest. So many of them started running towards the area, and then they heard the loud bang as the aircraft hit the ground. So these are the remains that did not burn, but at least it gives an impression of how forested the area is, and how it is likely that the impact could have, in and of itself caused some damage, not just to the aircraft, but unfortunately the lives that were on the aircraft, we have lost all of them. So in the coming days, government has given indications of what they intend to do. They'll be rolling out specific plans of what they intend to do. But what we do know is that when the Chief of Staff addressed the country and mentioned the names of these falling men, he gave indications that all flags should fly at half-mast. So let's go now to the House of the Defense Minister to hear exactly what's going on there. And Judith Brown is there to give us an idea of what exactly has been happening in the last few hours.
Of Honorable Murtala Mohammed, who remains amongst one of those who tragically lost his life earlier today, and you can see a lot of dignitaries from the National Democratic Congress gathered right here in front of his residence still grappling with the shock that just befell them. You could see some of them encouraging one another, consoling the family members. They seem very distraught, but they're being encouraged to be strong in such difficult times. We're going to try and speak to some of them here. Can we engage you live on TV3?
Sorry, let the men do the talking, okay?
Okay. Right. And so some of them seem not to be in the mood to talk, but I see Honorable Hannah Tete right here trying to engage some other persons who are gathered here. We'll try and engage her and get her mood. Honorable, you're live on TV3. Good evening. We just want to know how you're feeling after you heard the news, how you heard it in the first place.
We're all very devastated. It's a very big blow. There's not much to say. But Honorable Mutala was, we shared an office, we shared our secretariat in Parliament during the 8th Parliament, and he was like a mentor and a big brother and a strategist and so many things all put together in one, so many things in one. And it's just how this has happened is just, you can't comprehend. You can't comprehend, so that's all I can say. May Allah give him a restful place, and may the souls of all the departed, may they rest in peace.
I'm still engaging Honorable Gazella Tete. You have been a friend with him for years. How are you feeling after hearing this particular news? I mean, the way they went, very tragic, very gory. How do you feel about the situation?
It's pain. I'm in pain. And not only me, his family, everybody who knew Mutala. Mutala was the life, he was Wagwan. That's his usual greeting, that kind of. We're in pain. I can't describe it anymore. It's just pain.
And have you been able to engage the family? We see you at his residence. I don't know which of his family members are around. If you could paint us a picture of really who are here as of now.
His family is here.
Including his wife?
Yes, but I think she needs a bit of privacy now. So let's just grant her that privacy and space.
Definitely.
To grieve in her own way. I'll plead that the media just give her that privacy. So we can talk to other party colleagues over here. I mean.
But how have they been reacting since you met them? What have you been telling them?
This is not a situation. You don't talk plenty in such a situation. There's not much to say. There are more questions than answers. You can't tell whether it is an accident or it's something happened or what. You can't. So many things going in our mind, so you can't tell. Thank you very much.
Honorable Gisela Tete has been speaking to us. We see some more dignitaries here from the National Democratic Congress. Hello, sir. We just want to engage you on really how you've been taking the news. How have you felt ever since you heard of this gory incident?
It's been a very sad moment, very devastating. Those are very young stars of our party, lives that were very glowing. These are people who are ministers of state, part of our party, who are in leadership positions. It's been a very sad moment for us as a party, and then we still can't understand why it's happening, but then we can only give glory to God.
You're coming on behalf of the National Democratic Congress. When you met the family, just tell us how the reaction was. We know that the Vice President came here earlier. How has the reaction been?
Like I stated earlier, the reaction has been a very sad one. The reaction has been a very sad one. The family has been trying to accept the situation that has befallen them this morning, but then you can clearly tell from the mood around that it hasn't been easy. People are trooping in and trooping out. It's just to ascertain for a fact that, okay, we've really lost these gallant men of our party.
Many thanks for your time. I've been speaking with Senor Chagli, who is a former parliamentary candidate, and you can see here a number of people gathered number of women gathered as well, family members still indoors, grappling with the situation and how this has left them. I see a number of women I will try and engage as well. They seem to be in a very pensive mood, very sad. Hello, madam. If I could know your name and how you know Honorable Mutala.
My name is Grace. We are neighbors and he's my husband's friend.
And since you heard the news, just tell us how you've been feeling, basically.
Not too good. Just, especially when my mom called me and said they were mourning. I said, mourning who? The Mutala. I said, what? So, Charlie, it's really a bad day for the neighbors of East Airport residential area.
And if you could just tell us what he meant to you as a person, personally.
He was such a good man, a very close friend, especially whether you address him by honorable or doctor, he doesn't care. You can just call his name Mutala and he gives you a wave.
Thank you very much. And so we've been engaging some of women, close relatives, residents in this area who are still grappling with the situation as of now. They're very sad. It's not something you could easily move around with. Of course, we know Honorable Mutala Mohammed as someone who was a very bubbly person, very lovely personality, and just to come to terms with the way and manner in which he left is a very difficult one for them. I'm engaging one more person. Hello, madam, if you could tell us your name and how you're feeling currently.
My name is Haja Hairia. This is so sad. We are going through a lot. I have nothing to say. I think it's too much.
And you can see very difficult situation for Hajia here, and she doesn't have any words to give at this point. Most of them cannot take it as at now. We're told the family is still indoors. His wife is at home currently. You could see the place locked up tight. They're just giving her the time to mourn as well. Since the loss of her husband earlier today. It has not been an easy situation, of course, and you just cannot tell how the family is taking it. Clearly, they'll be grappling with the shock that has arrived ever since they heard of the shocking news of the death of Honorable Mutala Mohammed. And we're going to try and still engage some of the authorities and dignitaries from the National Democratic Congress. They're still with us. We're going to engage one of the honorables here. Honorable, I know you're smiling, but definitely this is not an easy time for you. How have you been feeling? You probably must have been a mentor as well.
Yes, I mean, for the first time I appeared on TV to represent the NDC. That was on TV Gold. The person who put me up was Honorable Mutala. At the time, he was the Deputy Minister for Information. So he actually pushed some of us to go into party communication, into politics. So hearing this sudden demise came as a shock to not only me, but to many young people whom he helped grow and nurture in the party. And the circumstances actually leading to the death is also extremely painful. But we just pray God is able to give the rest of the family the strength to prevail through this trying and troubling time. So we are just here to sympathize with them as they go through these difficult times. It is hard, not only for me, but I think the entire country is mourning. So I mean.
And what does he mean to you personally? His life on earth, his mentorship to you. You said that he led you into politics, basically. What does he mean to you?
Oh, he appears as a big brother to me and a mentor. And if you know the Honorable Mutala very well, he doesn't hide his feelings. He doesn't hide the truth. If he will tell you the truth and it will hurt you, he will tell you the truth because he's convicted by his faith. He's convicted by his religion and the fact that you should be able to stand up and tell people the truth. So that's one thing I remember so well about him, that he always stood for the truth. He always stood to tell the truth, and he didn't mind who you were. He would tell you the truth if it will hurt you. I mean, once he's told you the truth, he's happy about it.
And I quite remember in some of his engagements, he told people, citizens, that if you're a politician and you steal any money from either your constituency or the state, God is going to judge you in heaven. And that was one of the profound statements he made. Clearly, someone who did not condone in any way corruption. What does that say to you and to other young ministers who are coming up?
Well, that's a person, of course, who is convicted by his faith and his religion. And the religion teaches us, one, not to steal, two, not to tell lies. So if you believe in your religion tells you not to steal. Corruption is about stealing state funds. So, I mean, first and foremost, it has to do with the religion and the teachings that we learn growing up. But, I mean, we are all in difficult times currently. So we'll just have to be remembering the few things that he has told us, and we'll live by it as time goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you heard him right there, remembering him for what he stood for, strong conviction of his faith, and of course, someone who abhorred corruption in every manner. And so we're still at the residence of Honorable Mutala Mohammed, who tragically lost his life earlier this morning in a very gory accident with a plane. He lost his life with 7 others, Dr. Omane Boama, and some of the crew members as well. And it hasn't been an easy one for the family, of course. You can see some of the family members seated on some chairs outside. A canopy has already been mounted. We saw that the Vice President led a delegation to the House earlier today to commiserate with the family as well as inform them officially about the saddening news. Some of the politicians now leaving. We spoke to Gisela Tete earlier. She's still struggling to come to terms with the sad situation. We're told that Shamima Muslim is inside still with the family, and for one who shares in the same faith, she is probably still commiserating with them, consoling them in these difficult times. We'll try and, of course, speak to her as soon as she walks out. But for now, it's a very sad, sorrowful mood here at the residence of Honorable Mutala Mohammed. Very sad way to leave this earth. And for a statesman and someone who was serving the country, it has sent shockwaves down the spines of many. He was known for someone who, of course, held his beliefs and faith to the topmost, and his passing clearly has not been a good one for Ghanaians and for his family as well. Understandably, his family is devastated by the shocking news. How he went, everything has been very difficult. We have seen more family members come out in a very sad mood. Clearly, we may have to give that family time to grieve. But clearly the family is visibly distraught, struggling to come to terms with the sudden loss of their loved one. We are seeing more of them leaving as well. It seems they had been here all day since they heard the news. But it's been a very difficult one. Ghana is mourning the loss of 8
TV3, and we've been bringing you coverage of the passing of 8 Ghanaians, which happened in the early hours of the day. And my colleague Judith Brown was just updating us on what was happening at the home of Dr. Murtala Mohammed, who is the Minister in charge of Environment, Science and Technology. And so on your screen now is the residence of he's also a member of Parliament for Tamale Central, and very sad faces and dull moods in the house of the Honourable Member of Parliament and Minister in charge of Environment, Science and Technology. My colleague interacted with a number of residents in and around the area and some family members. We also saw that some members of Parliament who were colleagues of the MP have visited his home to commiserate with the family. So what we'll do is also to try and get other issues that have come up as a result of this unfortunate issue that happened in the early hours of today. And if you're just joining us, this has been TV3's coverage of what happened in the early hours. Right around midday, we got information about a crash of a military helicopter. And moments after that, we got confirmation from the Chief of Staff that the helicopter had 2 cabinet ministers and 6 other Ghanaians, making a total of 8. And all these gentlemen, unfortunately, have passed on. And what we are also gathering is that government, moment after, issued some specific instructions as regards how the various family members should be formally informed, and that we are told has been done because the Koforidia residence of Dr. Edward Omaneboama had some government officials visiting, and his residence here in Accra as well. We'll try and update you, but let's cross over again and see if we have a clearer feed to Judith Brown, who's been reporting from the residence of Dr. Murtala Mohammed.
Gathering now in front of the house, on the compound of the house. A tent has already been made, and they probably may be having some meeting of a sort. Some of them offering prayers as well. I've seen some of the Muslim women here on their mats praying to God for the soul of Honorable Murtala Mohammed. But yes, as I've said earlier, the mood here, very sad, very sorrowful. They're still in shock, trying to come to terms with this tragic loss of a statesman. The news of his passing, along with 7 others, have sent shockwaves down the spines of many, including the family and the nation as a whole. And understandably, his family is devastated. Most of them wouldn't want to speak now because they are still trying to come to terms with this tragic loss. They are distraught by the loss of their loved one, such a sudden, sad loss. Of course, his passing is leaving a huge void in the lives of many who knew him, including young politicians who say that they were inspired by him, some who say that he led them into politics and taught them the way to go. So it's been a difficult one for the family. We are getting one of the family members with us. Okay, if you could introduce yourself properly.
Okay, so my name is Kadri Abdurrauf. I'm actually one of his constituent and a very good friend. Yeah, too.
Those gathered outside mostly are his constituents or family members?
Yeah, it's a mix. We have some members of the constituency here, and we also have well-wishers and sympathizers who have come from all walks of life to stand in solidarity with him.
And how has the mood been generally?
Actually, you can see the mood is one that actually is melancholic. It's a mood that everybody, is even lost for words. We all feel gutted, we feel disoriented, and then up to now, nobody has been able to put himself, together properly, so-called. So it's a mood which cannot be described, because what actually happened to our honorable member is something that nobody could have contemplated. So the fact that it just happened at once is something that is deeply shocking, to the extent that nobody actually can put himself together to even, want to say he wants to describe the mood.
And it seems that most of you were upstairs in a room at the residence. You all just came down. Was it a meeting of the sort you were having?
No, actually it was prayers that we went up there to do. We went to do our Maghrib prayer. And then immediately after the prayer, the Imam had to actually enjoin all of us to pray for him. And this is very consistent with Islamic culture and practice. So when something happens like this and you come, the first point of call is to actually pay, a visit to the wife, as the case may be, or the husband of the deceased person, share some words of condolences, and if possible, quote some verses of the Quran that actually would give the loved ones of the deceased person some kind of peace. At the moment you feel so stressed. So when we meet this way, we try to quote verses of the Quran and to remind ourselves of the sayings of the Quran and that of the Prophet. And then once we share it amongst ourselves, then it's one of the first point of call. And after that, it just so happened that it was time for prayer. So we all had to go up there to pray. And immediately after the prayer, we had to say a community prayer for him.
And you have met the wife personally. You've seen her. How has she been?
Yeah, like I said, it's a very sad, demoralizing, disconcerting situation. But I think that the wife actually is very strong, because coming the way I thought I was going to see her look like, at least we thank God, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, that she has braced herself to the occasion. And it's very typical among us Muslims. When something happens, and you know that this is an act of God, there's nothing that you can do about it. You just have to accept it as it is. So I want to believe that obviously the wife has accepted the reality. And then she has also been spoken to by different people that walk in and walk out. They talk to her. So I think that she's bracing herself to the occasion. And then every other person here, feel, that we have to brace ourselves to the situation. Because when Allah speaks, we say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. There's nothing that you can do. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you heard there some of the constituents. They gathered earlier to offer some prayers on behalf of Honorable Murtala Mohammed, who just lost his life in a sudden accident involving a helicopter with 7 others. And of course, they also came to commiserate with the family, share their condolences with the wife and children of the Honorable Murtala Mohammed. Many people gathered here still. They've been here ever since they heard the news. There are some residents also standing outside, just watching on, really wondering how this could have just suddenly happened. I see some more residents who try and engage those who are outside of the residence, who are watching on. Excuse me, sir. Hello, sir. Okay, he seems not to be interested in a conversation. But we'll try and speak to some young men I'm seeing here who have been standing outside his residence observing things. Patrick Frozen.
The Prince.
Okay, Prince.
Yes,
Okay, he's on a phone call. Patrick Frozen.
Maybe.
Okay, Patrick, sir, Unim, honorable dear.
Oh, I am a boss. Yeah, Juma Mano.
Ejuma Bena Muyamano.
Me sprayer. And yeah, Juma of your me spray bugger proof any. Doors any. Yeah.
Now what's news way anopa way sana wo fan news no sana wo feeling.
My confused. Because on a boss back on my Juma. Baby be copy on Amatia Semno. Too much.
He seems to be at a loss of words. He says that he is a sprayer for the Honorable Mutala, and ever since he heard the news, he just cannot come to terms with the sudden death. He does not know what to do. He's just been here. He's very confused as to whether this is real. Basically, we're going to speak to one other young man who is also standing here. Patrick Felsey.
Your friend Bright.
Bright also unim honorable say.
Yeah, mini honorable.
Yeah, now man.
Your weather. You know your gate in the windows inside I see. About 3 days ago, crana my dressing we were worn. Me crana me boamo a try inside in Asana. The rubber bishop for Asana my plastering were worn.
3 days ago, that was the last time you saw him.
Yeah, the last time I saw him. So this morning, this afternoon, before I hear the news that this what happened, and it's very sad. It's very sad.
I don't know if have you been able to go into the family or the residents yet?
No, I'm not getting. I just cruised from when I came around to check.
And how are you feeling?
It's very sad. It's very sad.
Thank you very much. And so, yes, you heard those who work for Honorable and hearing the sudden news, they're devastated. They're very sad. They're just still grappling with the shock. The nation is currently mourning the loss of 8 lives, including the Defense Minister, Dr. Omane Boama, whose residence we were at earlier. Of course, the Minister for Environment, whose residence we are at, Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Secretary, Coordinator Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, the Vice President of the NDC, Dr. Samuel Sapong, former parliamentary candidate Samuel Abuaje, and 3 military personnel, including Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manine Chum and Pedu, as well as Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensa.
It's a Black Wednesday here in Ghana. Hello and welcome to News 360. I am Portia Gabo.
And I am Martin Asiedu Dati. Let's bring you the other stories making headlines in the country.
News 360 Headlines is brought to you by
Flamingo Paint,
Pepsodent Charcoal and Pepsodent Herbal, EcoBank.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region.
Shock and grief as 8 passengers, including 2 ministers of state, die in helicopter crash at Adansi Afuokrom in the Ashanti region.
Meanwhile, Ghana Armed Forces begin investigations into military helicopter crash.
And tributes pour in for victims of the helicopter crash as Ghana marks another Black Wednesday.
Coming up in business news, Ghana's annual inflation drops to 12.1% in July, heightening calls for further policy rate cuts.
On the international front, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights says Rwanda-backed M23 rebels killed at least 319 civilians, including 48 women and 19 children last month in eastern Congo. It's been a very heavy day for the entire country, from the presidency right through to the everyday Ghanaian. The country is in mourning, and the bulletin today is going to be looking at how all of this unfolded, what the government has been saying, what family members have been saying, and then also we'll try and get your reports from different sides, both in Accra and the Ashanti region, to not make sense, but at least get to know what has happened in the last 48 hours.
Now, President John Mahama has directed all flags to fly at half-mast following the tragic death of the Defense Minister, Dr. Omane Boamah, Environment Minister, Dr. Murtala Mohammed, and 3 other senior government officials. The 5 and 3 crew members of the Ghana Air Force went off radar while they're on their way to the launch of the Cooperative Mining Initiative. The Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, announced this accident on Wednesday afternoon. President John Mahama is reported to be emotionally down following this incident.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
Fifi Kwete. He's the one approaching right now, together with Roads and Highways Minister Kwame Agboja. Also is
tragic departure of our colleagues in the service of our country. They were on their way to Obuasi to launch the Cooperative Mining Initiative. The President is down emotionally. We pray that God will give him the fortitude and the Ghanaian people to accept this tragic loss. Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana, is now leading a government delegation to formally, but albeit with difficulty, go and convey the sad passing of our colleagues, Dr. Omane Boamah, Dr. Murtala Mohammed, Al-Haji Lemuna, Al-Haji Murtala Mohammed, and comrades Sapong. So the Vice President have constituted a team, one led by Julius Debra, National Chairman to Koforidua, supported by the Army Commander, and the other team will visit the two other families, and a family will visit Takoradi tomorrow. Do accept our sympathies and condolences. Very difficult moments for all of us.
Truly, a nation is in mourning. Let's try and, unravel some of the things that have played out in the last 12 hours and counting. Joining us now is an aviation expert in the person of Captain Michael Foley. Cap, a very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on TV3. To start with, I'm sure that having been a captain, the servicemen who've lost their lives may be people you either have worked with or at least have knowledge of what they do. But if you are someone who flies an aircraft like the helicopter, the Z9 we're told crashed, how does this come to you? What do you make of today's developments?
Well, good evening to you and the listening public of this period of national tragedy. I was a civilian pilot. I flew aircraft, not helicopters. But basically, it's the same fraternity. We are all pilots. We have a lot in common. And the loss of a pilot in an accident comes as a shock to the whole pilot community. It's a tragic event, and their colleagues, the pilots' colleagues, must be inconsolable at this moment.
And maybe standard procedure would require that, for instance, before takeoff and landing, all of that, some specific things or specific items are ticked off the box. So part of the information we are getting indicate that the aircraft must have had a landing which was not its intended destination, and they had to try again before final takeoff. When situations like this do happen, what would you advise, or what usually should be standard protocol?
Well, let me start from what I believe is the beginning. In every aircraft accident, there's a temptation to jump to conclusions. There'll be rumors, there'll be accusations, but we always have to wait for the final report. That is the basis of every accident. That's a basic approach to every accident. But yes, before an aircraft takes off, we carry out many checks. It involves many people: engineering, pilots, air traffic control. And we have to consider a lot of things before you depart from point A to point B. So I believe this crew went through the same thing. Now, your point about them landing somewhere before taking off, again, I don't know if that's a fact or whether it was due to maybe the weather, or that was their intended flight plan to take off from Accra, land somewhere, and continue. But what I'll just repeat is that we need to know the fact that eyewitness accounts are important, but they're just a small part of accident investigation. The main part is retrieving the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, which we colloquially call the black box. The black box and the voice recorder will tell us what happened. The flight data recorder will record every parameter of the helicopter. The speed, the altitude, the performance of the engines, and then whatever the pilots discuss on the flight deck will be captured by the cockpit voice recorder. So these are the starting points of every accident investigation.
And now that this has happened, so what should the expectation be in terms of trying to find out, maybe from the black box, what must have happened before the unfortunate incident?
Well, from the black box will be retrieved and then most probably sent to the place of manufacture of the helicopter or to the US. Depending on the severity of the damage to the black box, they will download information. At the same time, the investigators, and we have a very good accident investigation in Ghana, they are not going to sit down and be waiting for the recordings of the black box. They are going to be interviewing the mechanics at the Air Force Base. They'll be looking at the aircraft maintenance records. They'll be carrying out their own investigations, talking to eyewitnesses, but the black box will give the technical details.
Right. Captain Michael Foley, thank you so much for your time this evening, for your thoughts that you shared with us with your expertise.
We can now bring you some sound bites from the two ministers of state recently in Parliament. First is the Defence Minister speaking about the state of Ghana's presidential jet, followed by the Environment Minister Murtala Mohammed contributing to the mid-year budget review.
The presidential jet Falcon 900 EX Easy registration number 9GEXE was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. The aircraft has been undergoing a 24-monthly or 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th March 2025. After a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025. There is corrosion in the air intake plug receptacle of the second engine of the aircraft, intermittent tripping of the starter generator of the second engine. There's a need to install a new turbo fan. Being more specific, the fuel tank is also corroded, the left-hand feeder tank corroded, right-hand feeder tank corroded, left-hand center wing tank heavily corroded, right-hand center wing tank heavily corroded. The turbo fan also heavily corroded. What I can say is, rather than situate it within the context of NPP administration, NDC administration, let us look at it as a corroded aircraft that requires massive works. Initially, when the aircraft left the shores of Ghana on the 11th, the indicative date was to return in 2 weeks. 4 months on, just this morning, I have received additional information that even the end of month cannot be sustained. And so we should be expecting it beyond the end of this month. What that means is that it will be going beyond 4 months. Most importantly is, this is an aircraft that doesn't just service the executive, it services the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes different institutions in the country. These defects, we are trying to fix them, but they keep on identifying new defects as they fix them. And one serious aspect of the identification is that when they realized that the table fan was heavily corroded and it required replacement, the company did not have readily available spare. This has deeper implications.
Said about patriotism, the better. And now my brother is telling us that, you see, we are patriot, and that is why we are supporting. That is why we have never been against any of such intervention. As a matter of fact, you have staged more work out in this parliament than your total number in parliament. You have staged more work out in this parliament than the total number of your representation. Patriotic citizens do not walk out. They argue with reason. Patriotic citizens do not just hold press conferences. In fact, I am told that your other name is press conferences. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. It is very clear.
And they were with us a few hours ago. Now they are no more. So those are some sound bites from the two government officials who were part of the 8 that lost their lives earlier today. Meanwhile, the Ghana Armed Forces has also been updating the nation. Now they say they have commenced investigations into the cause of the helicopter crash at Sikaman Adansi Afuokrom in the Ashanti region. While extending condolences to the bereaved families, a statement signed by Acting Director General Public Relations Captain Veronica Ajo Ahin said investigations have commenced to determine the cause of the accident. An earlier release said that the military aircraft, a Z-9, took off at 9:12 in the morning from Accra to Obuasi, but went off radar. And a few hours after that, they got the information that it looked like it had crashed, and that was confirmed later.
Meanwhile, the Ghana National Fire Service says it dispatched a team of fire officers to the crash site as soon as it received an alert of the helicopter accident in the early hours of Wednesday. According to the Public Relations Officer, DO2 Desmond Aka, the closest fire station to the site is in Obuasi, which is an hour's drive to the location. He says the team is currently assessing the situation and will provide updates later.
Well, the closest station to where this unfortunate incident happened is Obuasi Fire Station. And from what I've gathered, it will take them not less than an hour to move from Obuasi to that space. And I think they initiated response, so I'm here to be briefed as to what they were able to do when they got to the scene. So as and when we get better particulars about our response, we'll be able to brief the Ghanaians that we want to use this medium to send our condolences to the bereaved family. So for crashes of this nature, it does not just warrant the response of the Ghana National Fire Service alone, because a lot of things are at play here. We do interagency response. I quite remember some years back, Elwak incident, where it happened just around the Elwak Stadium, where a plane crashed into the walls and then onto the street. I think we had some people getting injured and losing their lives and all that. So quickly we had to respond and then rescue people. We are the only institution with extrication tools. So if people are trapped, it is our responsibility to cut through the mangled, aircraft, and then free or rescue or evacuate the affected victims and hand them over to the ambulance for further, for first aid, and then onward transportation to a nearby health center or hospital for better medical care. So we are very much involved, especially with rescue, especially with extrication, and especially if there is any fire, we are also mandated to extinguish that fire.
Let's now cross over to the Ashanti region, and our correspondent Ibrahim Abubakar was at the crash site. Ibrahim, thank you so much for your time. Can you give us an account of what you witnessed at the crash site? Hello, Ibrahim. Hello. Ibrahim, can you hear me? Yeah, I was asking you to give us an account of what you witnessed at the crash site.
A very bizarre scene there at the crash site. From the community, Sikamai field to the crash site, there's no means of transport that can take you there. And you have to walk for close to 2 hours before you climb that mountain to be able to access the place. And when we got there, you couldn't even see the helicopter. Most of its parts has completely bent and has even melted to that extent. You could see some minor parts, some even 30 minutes away from the crash site, signaling that there was an explosion during the crash. And interestingly, some residents were picking some of the parts, moving it to their community to do whatever they wanted to do it. But for some of them, the police insisted that they leave those things behind because it's all part of the investigation. For now, before we left, the regional minister was ordering those who were scavenging the area to make sure that they try and retrieve the black box because they believe that that will help in the investigation. But as at the time we were living, it has not been retrieved yet. Currently, we are on our way to Kumasi with all 8 bodies that have been retrieved, and from Kumasi, the bodies will be airlifted to Accra for other further activities.
So you are confirming that all 8 bodies have been retrieved now?
Exactly. For now, all 8 bodies. As at 2, 3 in the afternoon, we had only managed to see 4 bodies. Later, they were able to retrieve additional 2. Initially, the rescuers even were saying it will be difficult for them to retrieve the other 2 because as at 4:30, we had gotten 6. But the military insisted that no, they have to ensure all 8 bodies are retrieved before they leave the scene. So by 5, they had successfully retrieved the bodies. But child bodies, you are unable to identify who is who. Eventually, they have to bag them separately and bring them back to the community before we leave the area to Kumasi.
You were telling me about part of the helicopter being taken away by residents. Has the place now been cordoned off?
Well, as at the time we were coming, yes, the police has cordoned off the area, but this is a place that will take you 2 hours or even more to be able to get to, and climbing that mountain itself is a work on its own. So no security person was left behind. We all had to come. But then they have put the assemblyman and the unit committee in charge and have asked them not to allow anyone to go to the accident scene because investigation is still ongoing. But I can tell you that this incident has brought a lot of fear even among residents. Most of them are in shock. They have never seen similar such incident. They said that last year they recorded a similar near incident where a chopper had a false landing in that community. But today's one has been fatal, and for that matter, most of them are unable to come to terms with what's happening. In fact, when you get to the scene, all the officials who came there, they were barely able to even control their tears. You can see clearly that tears were in their eyes. The regional minister got there, he prayed for the deceased, and that was all. He couldn't utter a word until we came. But when all 8 bodies were finally retrieved, the traditional authorities had to come there perform certain libations before we are allowed to move the bodies to Kumasi.
Ibrahim, thank you so much for your time. Ibrahim Abubakar is our Ashanti regional correspondent.
And many people both in Ghana and around the world have been sharing their thoughts on the death of these 8 Ghanaians. Tributes have been pouring in right from the moment the news broke, and we'll bring you some of those tributes where many have been eulogizing the gallant men who have lost their lives. So here in Accra, we know that the chairperson of the African Union has also shared his thoughts. So that's what is on your screen right now. He says the
And as you may well know, the 8 persons who died in the military aircraft traveled in the Z9EH helicopter. Here is a news desk story on the Chinese-manufactured military helicopter.
Z9EH military helicopter is a multi-role aircraft based on the Eurocopter Dolphin design with adaptation tailored for modern military demands. With a top speed of over 300 kilometers per hour and a flight range of up to 800 kilometers, the Z9EH is built for rapid troop deployment, search and rescue operations, and emergency medical evacuations, especially in difficult terrain and combat zones. The aircraft is powered by twin turboshaft engines and features a 4-blade main rotor system for stability and low noise. It has a critical advantage during stealthy troop movements and night operations. Inside, it accommodates up to 10 personnel or can be quickly reconfigured for stretcher-bound patients and onboard medical care. While not equipped for heavy firepower, the Z9EH can be fitted with surveillance equipment and light defensive armament, making it ideal for patrol, reconnaissance, and border security. It is low cost, easy to maintain, and performs well in both hot and high altitude conditions. In recent years, the Z9EH has been deployed in disaster response efforts, including food relief and earthquake rescue missions, proving its worth not just in war zones, but in humanitarian emergencies as well.
Still watching News 360 on TV3 is our special coverage of the unfortunate incident that happened in the early hours of today. Stay with us. When we return, we'll try and bring you the profiles of the 8 Ghanaian gallant men who lost their lives in active duty.
I love President Chaco. Why? When there are so many other chocolate things. That's both chocolate and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here. Yes.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani.
From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust. Impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
To you by MTN. Touch concentrated perfume.
Still live on News 360, and as we continue to mourn, it's time for business now. Menu, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the business segment on News 360. Now, the growing phenomenon of stolen vehicles entering the Ghanaian market has sparked a concern and is already beginning to shake public confidence in the vehicle import and sales industry. The Vehicle and Assets Dealers Association has cautioned the public to be vigilant and ensure they attain relevant documents on cars they purchase. Christian Yale reports.
For many, the issue of stolen vehicles only raises questions, especially in situations where one cannot tell whether the cars they are buying are clean or stolen. There are instances when people buy from genuine dealership firms only to be told years later that the vehicles are proceeds of crime.
If you want to buy a car for the first time, check the chassis number of that particular car. When you open the driver's side, the front door, the chassis number is there. Some of the cars from America and Canada, the chassis numbers also is in front of the windscreen. You can ask the person the proof of purchase from where he bought the car from. And then there's another one, the title.
In November 2024, the Wanderlust Ghana team were forced to part ways with two of the cars they were using for the 300,000-kilometer expedition. Their 2016 Lexus RC350 and 2018 Toyota Tacoma were grounded in Congo after they were flagged as stolen assets from Canada.
Our beloved Lexus RX 350 impounded in Congo because apparently it was reported stolen to Interpol. But this report is coming 5 years after the theft. The Tacoma was purchased in 2022. Before purchase, a Carfax report was checked. We checked with Ghana Customs. The car was clean.
On Monday, the Criminal Investigations Department revealed that 43 stolen vehicles have been retrieved and are due to be sent back to the countries of origin. This has left many wondering how these illegal cars enter the country.
The CID administration has stepped up efforts to fight vehicle crime by working in close collaboration with other national agencies, including the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority and international partners like the Interpol, Digipol, and the FBI. This effective collaboration has resulted in the recovery of 43 vehicles stolen from abroad and brought into the country between January and July 2025.
For many, this is actually a troubling situation to find yourself in, but a question on the minds of some Ghanaians has been that, for instance, if I come to purchase this car or this car and it ends up to be a stolen vehicle, am I going to get my money back?
Unfortunately, if I answer you will get your money back, that's going to be a lie. Why? Because the car in question itself has been exported back to America or Canada. Why am I also going to get the money and then give it to you? So it becomes like maybe two of you, the dealer and then the purchaser, you can come into an agreement.
The country has instituted a task force to sanitize the market and ensure stolen vehicles are cleared from the market.
In more news tonight, Ghana could be plunged into a nationwide DSTV blackout in a matter of hours if MultiChoice fails to slash subscription fees by 30%, as pressure mounts from frustrated users and government stakeholders. The standoff threatens not just home entertainment, but also the survival of local viewing centers that have become vital societal hubs for many communities.
Time is ticking for many DSTV subscribers across the country. In a matter of hours, Ghana faces a possible DSTV blackout unless MultiChoice Ghana slashes its subscription fees by at least 30%. This ultimatum follows mounting pressure from stakeholders, including the sector ministry, who argue that the current pricing structure is exorbitant and unfair. Complaints have not ceased. Many frustrated customers say they've had enough.
I believe that the Ghanaian people have been fleeced and exploited for too long. Directed the NCA to suspend the broadcasting license of DSTV effective 7th of August 2025 if they fail to effect a reduction in their bundle prices.
DS and Mbino, you share channels Ghana. Minister no prema.
We were watching other channels before DSTV. The minister is fighting for us. They should leave. It is expensive when you have to renew subscription, even when you don't watch it.
It's a big worry for me because I use the DSTV watch ball. So if they cancel it, it will affect me. So I'm pleading them to reduce the price so that we can buy some, then we watch it. Myself, I want to buy some because of the price. So if they reduce the price, I'll buy some and then watch because of the ball.
Across the country, viewing centers have become hubs for community life, especially the youth. From Champions League nights to big boxing bouts, these spaces offer more than entertainment. They are lifeline for many young men. Some who can't afford personal subscriptions but gather to connect, banter, and breathe after a tough day. Football brings us together, so they should reduce it. If DSTV is ordered to shut down, it will affect all of us. For some, a blackout could mean lost income, empty seats, and a ripple effect on nearby vendors who thrive on the crowd.
DSTV has really helped us. Like for instance, people who normally come here and watch a football match, when there is a live match, you will see this place. This place will be very full. Most of them will come here. Some of them will buy. You cannot sit here without buying drinks. So when they come here, they will buy drinks.
Many are hoping.
Away from that, Ghana's annual inflation slowed to 12.1% in July, a decrease from the 13.7% recorded in June. This has heightened calls for further policy rate cuts and raised issues regarding the long-run impact of the one city energy sector levy.
Prices are still rising, but the rate at which the prices are rising have fallen at a very fast rate.
A senior fellow at the Africa Policy Lens, Dr. Eric Boachi-Yadom, has called for further cuts in the policy rate due to the continuous trend of disinflation.
I'm hoping that in the next window, the committee will do the right thing to bring the rate to its realistic point of 20%. If we fail to bring the rate down, it will have both short and long-term impact on especially industries. Industries are sourcing funds at a relatively high interest rate, and I think bringing it down will make funds cheaper and it will help industries to expand.
But how will the one city energy levy impact inflation? In the short term, it could put upward pressure on prices, potentially slowing the disinflation trend.
All the things being equal, the immediate direct impact is that fuel prices at the pump will increase by the full extent of how much you have imposed on it. That's the immediate direct impact. And then indirectly, if, for example, the fuel is serving as input into other items, like transportation, etc., and the one Ghana is significant, it may also impact those other services as well. For example, the transportation affects distribution costs. It may also impact it, but it all depends on what? Magnitudes.
However, in the long run, the levy is intended to help stabilize the energy sector.
The reliable energy that is produced at volumes that are required would definitely spur growth. It would support the growth process. Once the growth process is supported through improved economic activities, etc., it will come back and reduce prices eventually.
The success of this strategy hinges on the transparent and efficient use of the collected funds for their intended purpose.
Let's now take a look at what's happening on the forex and commodities market. And that's it for Business Tonight on News 360. I am Menu Afo. We have more stories coming up for you. Please stay with us.
and then was a son of Bravo. And it can afford you so Bravo. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogosuri ye echumaden. Diaboye nyina ye sika ho ban.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani.
From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust. Impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
We're still live on TV3 and we're bringing you our continuous coverage of today's unfortunate incident. Now, many of you say we have spoken largely to ministers who were involved in the accident. How about the remaining 6? Well, here's a profile of the gentleman who unfortunately left us today.
Amongst the 8 confirmed dead are Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boama, Minister for Defense, a trained medical doctor and health policy expert. Dr. Boama previously served as Minister for Communications and as presidential spokesperson between 2013 to 2017. He served as the NDC's Director of Election and IT in the lead up to the 2024 elections that brought President Mahama to power. In his most recent role, he was overseeing a major modernization drive within the Ghana Armed Forces, including a $1 billion investment in military logistics, infrastructure, and welfare. He was 50 years old. Also included was Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. He was the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Dr. Murtala was a passionate advocate for sustainable development and environmental protection. Prior to his ministerial role, he served as Deputy Minister for Information and for Trade and Industry. Alhaji Muniru Muhammad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Agriculture, was also among the fatalities. A key figure within the National Democratic Congress, Alhaji Muniru played an important role in security coordination and intelligence efforts. He was widely regarded as a calm and steady hand in matters of national security. Also perishing in the crash was Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress. He was Acting Deputy Director General of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO. The crash also claimed the life of Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the NDC and a former regional minister. A seasoned public administrator, Dr. Sapong contributed significantly to regional development and party organization across various regions. 3 members of the Ghana Armed Forces were operating the flight. Squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. All 3 were experienced professionals in military aviation and had served with distinction.
And that's our bulletin for today. I am Martin Isiedudate, and as the day wears on, hopefully by 10 p.m. when Alfredo Kanse comes your way, we'll get more information regarding what happened today and what government intends to do. So do stay tuned to TV3.